Have you forgotten that you're living here rent-free thanks to your husband's generosity? My sister-in-law's words stung as she moved in, freshly divorced and demanding to see her room. I don't need your input, just show me where I'll be staying, she retorted, bristling with newfound independence under our roof. My husband inviting her here. What a reckless decision. This self-centered duo will pay for this, I seethed, plotting my retaliation. My name is Sophia. Since marrying Sam, an engineer who can work from home, we settled in a small town near my childhood home. Country life has its challenges, but the community is kind and the surroundings are peaceful. Sam, originally from the city, seemed to embrace rural living. The locals are so warm-hearted, it warms my soul to hear Sam say that. Sam travels to New York City's headquarters once a month, visiting his family and updating them on our lives. My parents own a large estate in town where my brother, his wife, and my parents reside. They're all wonderful, down-to-earth country folk who often lend a hand with food and support, I explained. Though Sam and I hadn't started our own family yet, watching my brother's bustling household made us eager to do so. However, it seemed parenthood would have to wait a bit longer for us. While Sam and I enjoyed a peaceful life together, one point of contention was our differing views on starting a family. I'm not quite ready, Sam would say, tempering my desire for children. But for me, the urge to become a mother grew stronger each day. We married later in life, and while Sam was content to wait, I felt the pressure of time as a woman. Sam, I really want us to start a family soon, I plead, only to hear his familiar response. Work is demanding right now, let's wait a little longer. When exactly is a bit more, I pressed Sam with a hint of frustration, but his response was evasive. I'll bring it up when the time is right, just leave it be, he retorted. His demeanor towards me grew distant, possibly due to work stress. Fine, was all I managed to utter. As time passed, our relationship suffered, and a year slipped by. Then one day, Sam abruptly announced, my sister is getting divorced. I recalled that she had been married for about 2 years and lived in New York City, but Sam's casual mention left me puzzled. That's why she's moving in with us, he explained matter-of-factly. Initially bewildered, I asked, wait, what do you mean? Sam clarified, my sister is getting divorced, so she's coming to stay with us. She'll be here next week. It became clear that decisions had been made without my input. You can't just decide things like this, I protested, but Sam remained firm. She's family, practically your family too. I expected you to understand. You're being colder than I thought. His words stung as he criticized me. Why are you so defensive? It's not right to decide things unilaterally, I argued, but Sam's expression hardened in response. In the early days of our marriage, Sam wasn't as arrogant. Perhaps the leisurely countryside life and adoration from locals had changed him. I noticed the shift subtly, but confronting him directly seemed daunting. Yeah, I never anticipated his growing self-centeredness. I can't live with your sister. Please ask her to reconsider, I asserted firmly before retreating to our room. Sam's response was abrupt and forceful. Don't you dare say you can't live with my sister. I won't hear it. He seized my arm, his voice raised. Truthfully, I never cared much for his sister Emily. She hailed from the city, embodying the stereotype of a condescending urbanite. Her husband's corporate status only seemed to bolster her arrogance. Well, Sophia dear, it's been a while. How's life in your quaint countryside? We seldom crossed paths, but when we did, her disdain for my rural life was always evident. Emily always made a point of boasting about her husband. My husband is a top executive at a major corporation. You two are lucky to lead such a laid-back life in the countryside, she remarked with a sarcastic tone. Refusing to be intimidated, I replied, yes, thanks to you, we're savoring every moment. Emily, always eager to outdo others, took offense. Well, it's easy to get by with less in the countryside. Living in the city like us, it's a different story, she snapped. I wanted to retort immediately but kept my composure. I suppose we've each learned something valuable, I remarked calmly. Yet the satisfaction of country living differs greatly from city life. Emily was momentarily speechless but quickly fired back. Enjoy your frugal existence then. Her demeanor left me bewildered. I had never encountered someone quite like her. If I had to live with her, it would be unbearable. I was determined to prevent it, but despite my efforts to persuade Sam, he remained stubborn. Just 2 days before Emily was set to move in, I received a call from her. Expecting her usual rudeness, I answered hesitantly, hello. Emily sounded irritated at my tone. What's with the attitude? It's rather rude, especially when I've taken the effort to call you. Emily was as irritable as I had anticipated. So, Sam told you I'm moving in, right? You better take good care of me. It shouldn't be hard for you, since you've been lounging around all this time. I'll be disappointed if you don't listen, she chided. Her relentless chatter and entitled attitude didn't sit well, considering she was about to rely on others. Emily, I heard about your divorce and your plan to stay here, I remarked with a touch of sarcasm, but Emily remained unfazed. Yeah, so what? People split up all the time, don't they? I got tired of city life, so I thought I'd try the countryside for a change. Any objections? She shot back, her tone aggressive. Well, I didn't give you permission to move into our house, I asserted firmly, but Emily chuckled on the other end of the line. Why would you have a say? This is Sam's house, isn't it? You do realize he's the one paying the bills, she retorted, revealing her misconception about the ownership of our home. On the agreed-upon day, Emily arrived at our doorstep as promised. Here I am, she declared with an air of entitlement, briskly unloading her luggage upon entering. Sophia, snap out of it and show me where I'll be staying. My sister-in-law exuded self-importance and arrogance. It baffled me how she managed to hold a job with such an attitude. To my frustration, Emily had higher academic credentials than me and had worked at a major corporation. Although she quit after marriage, she still received job offers from various companies, confident she could return to work anytime. I apologize for the inconvenience, I said calmly. Let me show you to your room, Sam interjected impatiently. All right, no need to rush. Your bags must be heavy. Feel free to head to the living room first, I added, gesturing for Sam and Emily to precede me. After suggesting tea, Emily appeared to accept my hospitality and followed me into the room. As I served them tea, I broached the main topic. Emily, I understand it's been a long journey, but you can't stay here, I began. What do you mean, Sophia? Emily dismissed my statement. This is Sam's house, isn't it? He's the one paying the rent. Have you forgotten? Sam quickly chimed in, echoing her sentiment. Exactly. You don't have a say in this. It's my house. Despite their confidence, I knew they were unaware of a crucial detail. Actually, I inherited this house from my parents, I revealed. Their expressions shifted instantly, but Emily was quick to rebut. Oh, Sophia, you don't have to fabricate stories just because you don't want me here, she countered, clearly skeptical. I'm not fabricating anything, I responded calmly. How can I believe that you inherited this house from your parents when I'm the one who's been paying rent? I won't let you get away with such lies, Sam exclaimed, packing up with disbelief. Emily joined in, pressing me as well, but I remained composed, anticipating their reaction. Could you both just listen for a moment? I interjected, trying to calm the escalating tension. Sam, you haven't been paying rent. What you've been giving me each month is simply for living expenses, I clarified, hoping he would understand. What? That can't be right, Sam replied, struggling to comprehend my words. The truth is, Sam, you haven't been paying rent because there isn't any. My parents gifted us this house and the land it sits on, I explained patiently, expecting shock and confusion. Sam began to panic. Wait, I've been giving you $1,000 a month. Why would it cost so much to live in this remote countryside? Just because we live in the countryside doesn't mean there aren't expenses, I countered gently. We've managed to get by on that amount because we don't have to pay rent. I sighed heavily, and Sam's frustration boiled over. You should have told me earlier. There's no reason for you to deny Emily a place to stay, he argued stubbornly. It's pointless. I have to show you the documents, I said firmly. Look at this. The owner of this house is me. Did you even bother to check whose name the house is under before assuming the money you gave me each month included rent? My assertive tone left Sam speechless. But how? The documents clearly showed my name as the owner. It's time to ask your sister to leave. Emily, however, fired back immediately. What are you talking about? I don't care if you inherited this house. I'm family too, you know. I've never met someone as heartless as you. I watched Emily rattle on with a cold gaze before speaking up. When have I ever considered you family, Emily? You've always belittled me, called me a hick, and accused me of being too dependent on Sam. You've never shown an ounce of gratitude for staying here. Did you really think I'd want someone like you in my house? I let out all my pent-up frustration at her. Emily finally seemed to grasp her place. Turning to Sam, I emphasized, Sam, You do understand that this house belongs to me, right? Sam's anger flared at this revelation. This isn't fair. You should have told us this before Emily moved in. Why are you bringing this up now? You both make decisions without consulting me, so I did the same. Any issues with that? Dealing with this self-centered sibling duo required hitting them with reality. Emily appeared particularly flustered by my revelations. Sam, what are we going to do? I'll be left homeless at this rate, I exclaimed in frustration. It seems Emily hasn't left her previous residence in New York since the divorce, Sam admitted reluctantly. Why don't you go to your parents' place? I suggested, hoping for a simple solution, but it turned out they had their own reasons. My parents are moving into a retirement home, and they've sold their family home, Sam explained. Emily wanted to move in with me, but I can't allow that. That's not my problem. If you want Emily to stay, you should leave, I insisted firmly. This is my house. Sam looked down helplessly as Emily continued to berate him. If I get kicked out, it's your fault for not sorting things out, she yelled angrily. I'll have nowhere to go, so just shut up. Sam finally snapped back at Emily, and they began arguing fiercely. Dealing with them was proving to be quite a headache. Could you both lower your voices? You're disturbing the neighbors, I urged firmly, signaling for them to leave. Sam hesitated, pleading, Sophia, I understand. I'll ask Emily to leave. Just let me stay. What? Hold on, Sam. What are you saying? Emily protested, caught off guard. Ignoring her protests, Sam firmly escorted her out. Now on his knees, Sam pleaded with me, but I looked down at him with resolve. Do you think begging will make me forgive you? I'm sorry, but I have no intention of forgiving you. My frustration with Sam went beyond Emily's presence. You've never truly been present for me, have you? I confronted him. Sam avoided my gaze. You're always busy with work. You never make time for us to talk. I can't continue this marriage. With that, I handed Sam the signed divorce papers. Please, just give me time to reconsider, Sam pleaded desperately, unwilling to lose his life with me. But I was resolute. Just leave, I said coldly. You've got to be kidding me. Just because this is your house doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want, Sam retorted, frustrated. I couldn't bear to hear Sam defend Emily staying without my consent. Please don't act like you're any better, I retorted sharply before leaving him with those words and returning to my room, leaving the divorce papers on the table. After that, Sam and I proceeded with our divorce. According to a mutual acquaintance, Sam and Emily returned to New York, facing difficulties. Well, it seems karma is catching up with them for their self-centeredness. I hope they learn from their hardships, I reflected. Meanwhile, I'm enjoying a fulfilling life here in my rural home.
The smell hit me first. That sickly, sweet mix of disinfectant and decay that clings to everything in a house where someone's dying slowly. I was scrubbing dried oatmeal off Mom's nightstand when my phone buzzed. Hey, Savannah, it's Sydney. My sister's voice was bright, like she was calling to chat about weekend plans instead of checking on our dying mother. Just wanted to see how Mom's doing. My name is Savannah Foster, and I've been wiping my mother's ass for 3 years while my siblings send checks and make phone calls. She had another bad night, I said, switching the phone to speaker so I could keep cleaning. Barely slept. The new medication isn't helping with the confusion. Oh no, that's terrible. Sydney's voice carried that practiced sympathy she'd perfected. I wish I could be there to help, but you know how crazy work has been. Eric's been putting in 16-hour days at the firm, and with the kids' schedules. I know. I cut her off because I'd heard this speech 100 times. Sydney lived in California with her lawyer husband and their perfect life. She sent $300 a month and called it contribution. Is Roy helping out more? She asked. I almost laughed. Roy lived 20 minutes away and showed up maybe twice a month, usually when he needed something from Mom's garage. He stopped by Tuesday, stayed for 10 minutes. Well, that's something. Listen, I'm sending the usual amount this month, but it might be a few days late. We just had to replace the pool heater, and you know how expensive. Mom! The shout came from the bedroom, sharp and panicked. "Mom, where are you?" "I have to go," I said, already moving toward the stairs. "Of course. Give her my love." I hung up and ran to Mom's room. She was sitting up in bed, her grey hair wild, eyes wide with the terror that came with the confusion. "Mom, I'm right here." I sat on the edge of her bed and took her hand. Her skin was paper thin, bruised from where the IV had been last week. "Savannah?" Her voice was small, uncertain. "Yes, it's me." "I thought you left. I thought everyone left." The words hit like a punch to the chest. "I'm not going anywhere, Mum. I'm right here." She squeezed my hand, and for a moment, her eyes cleared. "You gave up so much for me." I had. I'd given up my job as a marketing coordinator, my apartment in the city, my relationship with David, who couldn't handle the long-distance thing when I moved back home. I'd given up my 30s to change bedpans and argue with insurance companies and watch my mother disappear piece by piece. "It's okay," I whispered, because what else could I say? "Your brother called yesterday," she said suddenly. "Or was it last week? He wants to know about the insurance papers." Roy had called me about those papers, not her. He'd been asking about Mom's life insurance policy and whether she'd updated her will recently. "Business stuff," he'd called it. "Just want to make sure everything's in order." "Don't worry about Roy," I told her. "Let's get you some breakfast." I helped her to the bathroom, waited outside while she struggled with basic functions, then guided her downstairs to the kitchen. She ate 3 spoonfuls of oatmeal before pushing the bowl away. "I'm not hungry." "You need to eat something." "I used to make the best oatmeal," she said, staring at the bowl. "With cinnamon and brown sugar. You kids would fight over who got seconds." I remembered. I also remembered how Sydney would pick out all the raisins and leave them on the side of her bowl, and how Roy would add so much sugar it was basically candy. But they probably didn't remember those mornings, the way Mom would hum while she cooked, the way the kitchen smelled like home. The phone rang again. Roy, this time. "How's she doing?" he asked without preamble. "Not great. She's confused more often now." "The doctor say anything about, timeline?" "Timeline. Like Mom was a project with a deadline." "A few months. Maybe less." "Okay, listen, I've been thinking about the house situation. After, we'll need to figure out what to do with the place. The market's pretty good right now." My hand tightened on the phone. "Roy, she's not dead yet." I know. I'm just saying we should be prepared. Have you talked to Sydney about it?" "No." "Well, we should probably all sit down soon and discuss things. The 3 of us. Make sure we're all on the same page about arrangements. Arrangements. Not grief, not loss, not the end of the woman who raised us. Arrangements. "I have to go," I said. "Mom needs her medication." After I hung up, I stood in the kitchen listening to Mom hum tunelessly in the living room where she was watching her morning shows. The same shows she'd watched for 20 years, though now she couldn't follow the plots. My phone buzzed with a text from Sydney. "Sending $200 this month instead of $300. Things are tight, but that's still pretty generous, right? $200. For a month of round-the-clock care, for giving up my life, for watching my mother fade away while my siblings worried about pool heaters and market values." I stared at that text for a long time, and something cold and hard settled in my chest. Pretty generous. I wondered if anyone really saw me at all. Mom died on a Tuesday morning while I was making her breakfast. I found her when I brought the oatmeal upstairs, peaceful, finally free from the confusion that had trapped her for months. I sat with her for an hour before I called anyone. Sydney's flight got in Thursday night. Roy drove straight to the funeral home Friday morning, clipboard in hand. "We need to keep this simple," he announced, not bothering with hello. "Nothing fancy. She wouldn't have wanted us to go overboard." I was standing in the funeral director's office, still numb, still processing that Mom was actually gone. Sydney sat beside me, dabbing her eyes with tissues, though I hadn't seen any actual tears. "What about the service?" I asked. "Short and sweet," Roy said, checking his watch. "I can't take more than 2 days off work, and Sydney's got to get back to the kids." The funeral director, a kind man named Mr. Peterson, looked uncomfortable. "Perhaps we should discuss what your mother would have wanted." "She was practical," Sydney interrupted. "She'd want us to be smart about costs." Smart about costs. Mom, who'd saved for 2 years to buy Roy his first car, who'd worked double shifts to pay for Sydney's college application fees, who'd never bought herself anything new if one of us needed something. "The basic package is fine," Roy said. "Cremation, small service. What's that run us?" Mr. Peterson quoted a price. Roy and Sydney exchanged looks. "That seems high," Sydney said. "What about just cremation? Skip the service entirely?" "People will want to pay their respects," I said quietly. "Who?" "She didn't have many friends left," Roy said. "Most of them are already dead." That wasn't true. Mom had friends. Viviana from next door visited twice a week. Mrs. Chen from church called regularly. The mailman, Jerry, always stopped to chat, but Roy and Sydney wouldn't know that because they were never here. "We'll do the service," I said firmly. Roy sighed. "Fine, but nothing elaborate, and we split the costs 3 ways. "Actually," Sydney said, "since Savannah's been living in the house rent-free for 3 years, maybe she should cover more?" The words hit me like ice water. "Rent-free?" "Well, yeah. You haven't been paying rent or utilities or anything. That's worth something." I stared at her. "I've been taking care of Mom 24/7 for 3 years." "I know, and we appreciate that, but we've been sending money. $300 a month, sometimes $200. "That adds up," Roy said. "Plus, we both have our own families to support." The funeral director cleared his throat. "Perhaps I should give you folks a moment to discuss this, privately." "No need," I said. "We'll take the basic service package. I'll handle the arrangements." After we left the funeral home, Sydney linked her arm through mine. "I'm sorry if that came out wrong. We know you've sacrificed a lot. It's just been hard on all of us, you know." Hard on all of them. Right. The service was Saturday afternoon. I'd put together a photo board with pictures spanning Mom's life, her wedding day, holding each of us as babies, family vacations, birthdays. I'd written a short eulogy focusing on her love for gardening and her terrible cooking and the way she'd sing off-key while doing dishes. Viviana came, of course. She hugged me tight and whispered, "Your mother was so proud of you." Mrs. Chen brought flowers from her garden. Jerry, the mailman, showed up in his dress uniform. A handful of Mom's old co-workers came, people I'd called personally because I had their numbers from Mom's address book. Roy spent the service checking his phone. Sydney cried prettily during my eulogy, but I caught her taking selfies by the flower arrangements afterward. "Beautiful service," Viviana said to me as people were leaving. "Your mother would have loved it." "Thank you for coming. She talked about you all the time, you know. How grateful she was that you came home to take care of her." Viviana glanced around at the nearly empty room. "They never really called, did they? Your brother and sister?" I followed her gaze to where Roy was talking to the funeral director about final payments, and Sydney was on her phone with Eric. Not often, I admitted. She knew, Viviana said softly. She saw who was really there. After everyone left, the three of us stood in the parking lot. The October air was crisp, leaves crunching under our feet. Well, that went well, Sydney said, checking her reflection in her phone camera. Mom would have been happy. We should probably talk about next steps, Roy said. The house, her things, all that. Can we not do this today? I asked. I fly out tomorrow morning, Sydney said, and Roy's got that big presentation Monday. We should at least make a plan. Roy nodded. The sooner we get everything sorted, the better. No point dragging it out. I looked at them, my siblings, my family, and felt something crack inside my chest. Mom had been in the ground for exactly 4 hours. Tomorrow, then, I said. Great. We'll come by around 9, Roy said. I'm bringing a realtor to get an estimate on the house value. Just preliminary stuff. They walked to their cars, already discussing logistics. I stood alone in the funeral home parking lot, watching their taillights disappear, and realized I was about to find out exactly how much my sacrifice had meant to them. The answer, I suspected, was going to hurt. They showed up at 8:30, not 9. I was still in my bathrobe, drinking coffee in Mom's kitchen, when I heard car doors slamming in the driveway. Roy walked in first, followed by Sydney, Eric, and a woman in a sharp blazer carrying a tablet. Morning, Savannah, Roy said, like this was perfectly normal. This is Janet, the realtor I mentioned. Janet stepped forward with a practiced smile. I'm so sorry for your loss. Roy tells me you're looking to sell quickly? I never said that. Well, we are, Sydney said, setting her purse on the counter. Eric looked into it, and the market's really hot right now. We could probably get asking price, maybe more. Eric nodded, pulling out his phone. I ran some comps last night. Similar houses in this neighborhood are going for around $450, $475. That's fantastic, Janet said, already taking notes. Mind if I look around? Get a feel for the space? Actually, I do mind. I stood up, tightening my robe. I wasn't expecting company this early. Oh, come on, Sydney said. We're family. Besides, the sooner we get this done, the sooner we can all move on. Janet was already wandering toward the living room. Great natural light in here. These hardwood floors are gorgeous. Original? 1952, Roy said proudly, like he'd installed them himself. Excellent. That's a real selling point. And this kitchen? Oh, it has such potential. A little dated, but buyers love projects. I watched this stranger evaluate my mother's home, our home, like it was just another transaction. She poked her head into the pantry where Mom kept her canning supplies, ran her fingers along the windowsill where Mom's African violets used to sit. The upstairs bedrooms are good-sized, Sydney was saying, leading Janet toward the stairs. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. The master has that cute little reading nook. That cute little reading nook was where I'd spent countless nights sleeping in the chair next to Mom's bed, listening to her breathing, making sure she was okay. Savannah, you should probably start thinking about where you want to move, Roy said, settling into Mom's favorite chair. I know this is hard, but you can't stay here forever. Says who? Be realistic. You can't afford this place on your own. You haven't worked in 3 years. I've been working. Taking care of Mom was work. Eric looked up from his phone. That's not the same thing as having income, though. What's your credit score like? Any savings? That's none of your business. It kind of is, actually, Sydney called from upstairs. We need to know if you can qualify for a mortgage to buy us out. Otherwise, we have to sell. Buy them out, like they owned this place, like they'd contributed anything beyond their pathetic monthly checks. Janet came back downstairs, beaming. This is a lovely home. I think we could list it for $460 and get multiple offers. How soon were you thinking? As soon as possible, Roy said. Savannah, you'll need about 30 days to find a place, right? That should be plenty of time. 30 days. They were giving me 30 days to leave the only home I'd known for the past 3 years, the house where I'd watched Mom die, where every room held memories they'd never bothered to make. I haven't agreed to sell, I said. You don't really have a choice, Eric said, not looking up from his phone. The house will be split 3 ways according to the will. 2/3 of us want to sell. You've seen the will? Roy and Sydney exchanged glances. Well, no, Roy said, but it's pretty standard. Mom always said she'd divide everything equally. Did she? Of course, Sydney said, coming back into the kitchen. She was always fair about that stuff. Remember when we were kids? Everything had to be exactly equal, or we'd throw fits. Janet was measuring the kitchen with a laser device. I'll need to schedule a proper inspection, but I don't see any red flags. The roof looks good from outside. Foundation seems solid. We could probably have this on the market by next weekend. Perfect, Roy said. Savannah, why don't you call Todd and set up the will reading? Get that formality out of the way so we can move forward. Todd. Mom's lawyer. The man who'd helped her update her will 6 months ago, right after her diagnosis got worse. The man who'd spent an hour at the kitchen table with Mom, going over every detail while I made them tea. You want me to call Todd? Yeah, just get it scheduled. This week, if possible. I can't keep taking time off work for this stuff. I looked at my siblings, at Eric tapping away on his phone, at Janet measuring my mother's kitchen like she was planning its demolition. They were so confident, so sure of themselves, so certain that everything would go exactly as they expected. Okay, I said quietly. I'll call Todd. I walked to the phone, aware of their eyes on me. Roy was already discussing timeline with Janet. Sydney was taking pictures of the living room, probably for Eric to analyze later. I dialed Todd's number from memory. Todd, it's Savannah. My family's here, and they want to do the will reading now. I paused, letting the silence stretch. Yes. Now, can you come over? Roy looked up sharply. Now? I thought we'd schedule it for later this week. I hung up and turned to face them, something cold and sharp settling in my chest. He'll be here in 20 minutes, I said, my voice steady as ice. I guess we're doing this now. Todd arrived carrying his leather briefcase and wearing the same serious expression he'd had at Mom's funeral. Janet excused herself to wait in her car, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Everyone ready? Todd asked, settling into the dining room chair Mom used to sit in for Sunday dinners. Just get on with it, Roy said, drumming his fingers on the table. We've got the realtor waiting. Todd opened his briefcase and pulled out a thick document. This is the last will and testament of Maureen Foster, dated March 15th of this year. March? Sydney frowned. That's only 6 months ago. Why would she update it so recently? Your mother wanted to ensure her wishes were clear, Todd said diplomatically. Eric leaned forward. Was she mentally competent when she signed it? Given her condition, I can assure you Mrs. Foster was of sound mind when this will was executed. I have medical documentation to that effect. as well as witness statements. Roy waved his hand impatiently. Fine, whatever. Let's just hear it. Todd cleared his throat and began reading. I, Maureen Foster, being of sound mind and body, do hereby make this my last will and testament. The legal language droned on, revoking previous wills, appointing Todd as executor. Standard stuff. Roy was checking his phone. Sydney was examining her manicure. They weren't really listening. Then Todd reached the meat of it. To my son Roy, who has been so busy with his own life that he managed exactly 14 visits in the 3 years of my illness, I leave the sum of $1 for the cost of his phone calls. Roy's head snapped up. What? Todd continued without pause. To my daughter Sydney, who faithfully sent money from California while building her perfect life, I leave the sum of $1 for the cost of her phone calls. That's not... Sydney started, but Todd held up his hand. To my daughter Savannah, who sacrificed her career, her relationships, and her youth to care for me in my final years, who never missed a doctor's appointment, who held my hand through every frightening night, who gave up everything so I wouldn't die alone. I leave the remainder of my estate. This includes the family home at 1247 Maple Street, all bank accounts, investments, personal property, and any other assets I may own at the time of my death. The silence was deafening. Roy's face had gone white. That's impossible. Furthermore, Todd continued, I want it known that this decision was made with full awareness of my other children's circumstances and choices. Savannah earned this inheritance through 3 years of selfless devotion. Her siblings earned their dollar through 3 years of benign neglect. Sydney's mouth was opening and closing like a fish. She can't do that. She can't just... She can and she did, Todd said calmly. The will is legally binding and properly executed. This is bullshit. Roy slammed his hand on the table. Savannah manipulated her. Mom was sick, confused. Your mother was examined by 2 independent physicians in March, Todd said. Both certified her mental competency. I also have video testimony of her explaining her reasoning. Video? Eric leaned forward, his lawyer instincts kicking in. Your mother wanted to be very clear about her intentions. She was concerned there might be challenges to her decision. Sydney found her voice. Savannah, you knew about this. You knew and you didn't tell us. I looked at her, really looked at her. Designer clothes, perfect makeup, manicured nails. She'd flown in for Mom's funeral, wearing a black dress that probably cost more than I'd spent on groceries in 6 months. I knew, I said quietly. And you didn't think to mention it? Roy's voice was rising. We've been planning... Planning what? How to kick me out? How to sell Mom's house before she was even cold? That's not... You brought a realtor to my mother's funeral week, Roy. A realtor. Eric was studying the will document Todd had handed him. This has to be contestable. Undue influence, diminished capacity. Good luck with that, Todd said. I've been practicing estate law for 25 years. This will is airtight. Sydney's eyes were filling with tears, but they looked more like rage than grief. This isn't fair. We're her children too. Are you? The words came out harder than I'd intended. When's the last time you called Mom just to talk? Not to check a box or ease your guilt, but actually talk to her? I called every week. You called me every week to ask how she was doing. When's the last time you asked her how she was doing? Sydney's mouth snapped shut. Roy was pacing now. This is insane. We're family. You can't just take everything. I didn't take anything. Mom gave it to me. Because you poisoned her against us. I didn't have to poison her against you. You did that yourselves. Todd was packing up his briefcase. I'll file the will with probate court tomorrow. Savannah, we should meet this week to discuss the details of the estate. Wait, Eric said. We need copies of everything. Medical records, witness statements, the video testimony. Todd pulled out a manila envelope. Already prepared. You'll find everything you need to understand why your mother made this decision. He handed copies to Roy and Sydney, then stood. I'm sorry it had to be this way, but your mother was very clear about her wishes. After Todd left, the four of us sat in the dining room staring at each other. Outside, I could see Janet still waiting in her car, probably wondering why the will reading was taking so long. Roy finally broke the silence. We're going to fight this. You can try. Sydney was crying now, real tears this time. How could you do this to us? We're your family. I looked around the dining room, at the table where Mom had taught me to do homework, at the china cabinet full of dishes she'd saved for special occasions that never came, at the family photos lining the walls. No, I said quietly. I was Mom's family. You were just her children. The difference, I was learning, was everything. They regrouped fast. By Tuesday, Roy was back with Eric and a briefcase full of legal documents. We've been doing research, Eric announced, spreading papers across Mom's kitchen table like he owned the place. There are several grounds for contesting this will. Sydney sat across from me, her eyes red-rimmed, but determined. Savannah, we know you loved Mom, but you have to see how this looks. How what looks? You isolated her, Roy said. Moved in here, controlled who she saw, what she heard. Classic elder abuse tactics. The words hit like a slap. Elder abuse? You had undue influence, Eric continued, reading from his notes. You were her primary caregiver. You controlled her environment. You had access to her finances. I wiped her ass for 3 years. And we're grateful for that, Sydney said quickly. But you can't deny you had unprecedented access to her. You could have said anything, convinced her of anything. I stared at them. You think I brainwashed Mom into hating you? We think you took advantage of a sick, vulnerable woman, Roy said. The front door opened, and Viviana walked in carrying a casserole dish. She stopped short when she saw the papers spread across the table. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had company. It's fine, I said. Roy, Sydney, you remember Viviana from next door? Viviana set down the casserole and looked around the table. Are you boys giving Savannah trouble? We're handling family business, Roy said stiffly. Family business. Viviana's voice was dry. Funny how family business only happens after the funeral. Eric cleared his throat. Ma'am, we're trying to have a private conversation. About how Savannah manipulated your mother, I'm guessing? Viviana pulled out a chair and sat down uninvited. Because that's what everyone's saying around the neighborhood. Sydney flushed. We never said, Honey, I've lived next door for 15 years. I saw everything. Viviana looked directly at Roy. I saw how often you visited. I saw how long you stayed. I saw you leave 5 minutes after arriving because your mother was having a bad day and you couldn't handle it. That's not... And you. She turned to Sydney. Flying in twice a year like some kind of saint, taking pictures for your Instagram, then disappearing again. I have a family in California. So did Savannah. She had a whole life, a job, a boyfriend, an apartment. She gave it all up to take care of your mother. Eric was taking notes. Did Mrs. Foster ever express concerns about her mental state? Confusion, memory issues? Of course she did. She had dementia, but she wasn't stupid. Viviana's voice sharpened. She knew exactly who was there for her and who wasn't. But surely her judgment was compromised. Her judgment was fine when it came to her children. She used to sit on the porch with me and talk about how worried she was about Savannah, how guilty she felt that her daughter was sacrificing everything. Roy leaned forward. What exactly did she say? She said Roy was too busy counting money to count the days she had left. She said Sydney was too busy playing house in California to remember she had a mother dying in Ohio. Viviana's eyes were steel. She said Savannah was the only one who saw her as a person instead of a burden. That doesn't sound like something Mum would say, Sydney protested. Doesn't it? Your mother was sharp as a tack when she wanted to be, especially about people's motivations. The doorbell rang. Roy went to answer it, returning with a woman in a business suit. This is Dr. Patricia Williams, Roy announced. She's a geriatric psychiatrist. We've asked her to review Mom's medical records. Dr. Williams sat down and opened her tablet. I've examined the documentation provided. Mrs. Foster's cognitive decline was significant in her final years. See? Sydney said triumphantly. However, Dr. Williams continued, the medical records show clear periods of lucidity, particularly in the mornings. The will was signed during one of these periods, and the video testimony confirms she understood the implications of her decisions. Eric's pen stopped moving. You've seen the video? Mr. Todd provided it as part of his documentation. Mrs. Foster was quite articulate about her reasoning. What did she say? I asked quietly. Dr. Williams consulted her notes. She said, and I quote, Roy thinks love is a monthly check. Sydney thinks love is a phone call. Savannah thinks love is showing up every day, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. The kitchen fell silent, except for the tick of Mom's old clock on the wall. She also said, Dr. Williams continued, that she hoped her other children would learn something from this, though she doubted they would. Roy's face was red. This is ridiculous. We're going to court. That's your right, Dr. Williams said, packing up her tablet. But I should warn you, the medical evidence strongly supports Mrs. Foster's competency at the time the will was executed. After she left, the four of us sat in uncomfortable silence. Eric was scribbling notes furiously. There has to be something, Sydney said desperately. Some angle we haven't considered. Maybe, Eric said slowly. We should consider mediation. Work out some kind of compromise. What kind of compromise? I asked. Split the estate more equitably. Maybe 60-40 or even 50-50. You keep the house, we split the other assets. Roy nodded eagerly. That's fair. More than fair, considering. I looked around the kitchen, at the table where Mom had taught me to make pie crust, at the window where she'd watched for my car every day when I came home from work, at the chair where she'd sat every morning, drinking coffee and reading the paper until she couldn't anymore. No, I said. Savannah, be reasonable. I said no. Sydney's voice cracked. We're your family. You're my siblings. There's a difference. Roy stood up abruptly. Fine. We'll see you in court. Roy found a lawyer who thinks we have a case, Sydney added, gathering her purse. Someone who specializes in these kinds of situations. After they left, Viviana and I sat in the quiet kitchen. "You okay, honey?" I wasn't sure. The house felt different now, charged with anger and resentment. Did I do the right thing? Your mother did the right thing. You're just honoring her wishes. But they're my family. Family doesn't end at blood, Savannah, and it doesn't start there either. She was right, but it didn't make the ache in my chest any smaller. The legal papers arrived on Thursday. A thick envelope with "Contested Will Proceeding" stamped across the front in red letters. I sat at Mom's kitchen table, reading through pages of accusations, undue influence, mental incapacity, isolation of the deceased. They were really doing this. My phone rang. Todd. "Savannah, I just got served with the contest papers. How are you holding up?" "I've been better. Listen, I need you to know something. This is going to get ugly. They're going to dig into everything. Your relationship with your mother, your finances, your personal life. Are you prepared for that?" I wasn't prepared for any of this. What are my chances? Honestly, very good. The will is solid, the medical documentation is thorough, and we have that video testimony. But these things can drag on for months, even years. After I hung up, I walked through the house, really looking at it for the first time since Mom died. Her reading glasses were still on the nightstand. Her coffee mug was still in the sink. Her sweater was draped over the back of her chair. The doorbell rang. Sydney stood on the porch, alone this time. "Can I come in?" I stepped aside. She looked around the living room like she was seeing it for the first time. "I used to love this room," she said softly. "Remember how Mom would make us clean it every Saturday? You'd always hide under the coffee table." "What do you want, Sydney?" She sat on the couch, the same spot where she'd posed for pictures at Mom's funeral. "I want to understand. Help me understand why you're doing this." "I'm not doing anything. I'm honoring Mom's wishes." "But you could change this. You could do the right thing." "The right thing according to who? According to family. According to fairness." Sydney's voice was getting emotional. "Savannah, I know I wasn't here as much as I should have been. I know you sacrificed a lot, but that doesn't mean Roy and I don't deserve anything." "Deserve based on what?" "We're her children." So was I, but I'm the only one who acted like it. Sydney pulled out her phone and showed me a picture. Her kids at a soccer game, Eric cheering from the sidelines. "I have responsibilities too. My kids need college funds. We have a mortgage." "And I have nothing. No job, no savings, no retirement. I gave up everything for Mom." "That was your choice." The words hung in the air between us. "Your choice. You're right," I said finally. "It was my choice. Just like it was your choice to stay in California. Just like it was Roy's choice to visit twice a month for 10 minutes. We sent money. You sent guilt money. Enough to make yourselves feel better, not enough to actually help." Sydney was crying now. I loved her too. "I know you did. But love isn't just a feeling, Sydney. It's showing up. It's being there when things get hard and ugly and inconvenient. So you're punishing us for having lives?" "I'm not punishing anyone. Mom made her decision based on our actions. All of our actions." The front door opened, and Roy walked in without knocking. His face was grim. "Sydney, what are you doing here?" "Trying to talk sense into her." Roy sat down heavily in Mom's chair. "Our lawyer says the case is going to be expensive. Really expensive. Even if we win, we might not come out ahead after legal fees." "So, drop it," I said. "We can't. It's the principle of the thing. What principle? That you deserve something you didn't earn. We're family, Savannah. That should count for something. It did count, for exactly $1 each. Roy's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and sighed. That's my lawyer. He wants to schedule depositions. Depositions? They're going to question everyone who knew Mom in her final years. Neighbors, doctors, caregivers. They want to build a timeline of her mental decline. Sydney wiped her eyes. This is getting out of hand. Then stop it, I said. We can't. We've already invested too much. Roy stood up. But there might be another way. He pulled out a folded paper from his jacket. Mediation agreement. We split everything 50-50. You keep the house, we take the financial assets. Clean, simple, done. I looked at the paper without taking it. What financial assets? Mom's savings, her life insurance, the CD accounts. It's about $120,000 total. $120,000. Money Mom had saved over decades. Money she'd lived frugally to accumulate. Money she'd planned to leave to the daughter who'd cared for her. No. Savannah, be reasonable. I said no. Roy crumpled the paper. Fine. Then we'll see you in court. And when we're done, everyone in this town is going to know exactly what kind of person you really are. What kind of person am I, Roy? The kind who takes advantage of a sick old woman. The kind who manipulates her own mother for money. The words hit like physical blows. Get out. Gladly. He headed for the door, then turned back. You know what the worst part is? Mom would be ashamed of what you've become. After they left, I sat alone in the quiet house. The silence felt different now, heavier. I walked upstairs to Mom's room and sat on her bed. That's when I saw it. A small envelope tucked under her jewelry box, with my name written in Mom's shaky handwriting. I opened it with trembling fingers. My dearest Savannah, it began. If you're reading this, then you've probably heard from your brother and sister about the will. I know they're upset, and I know they're blaming you. I want you to know that every decision I made was mine alone, made with a clear mind and a full heart. You gave me the greatest gift anyone can give, your presence when I needed it most. Roy and Sydney gave me what they could spare. You gave me what you couldn't spare, and that made all the difference. Don't let them make you feel guilty for accepting what you earned through love. You are my greatest pride and my deepest joy. Love, always, Mom. I held the letter against my chest and cried. For Mom, for the family we used to be, for the family we'd never be again. But for the first time since this started, I didn't feel guilty. I felt strong. The depositions lasted 3 weeks. Roy and Sydney's lawyer, a sharp-eyed woman named Ms. Patterson, questioned everyone who'd known Mom in her final years. Viviana, Dr. Martinez, even Jerry the mailman. I sat through each one, watching Ms. Patterson try to build her case that I'd manipulated a confused old woman. But every witness told the same story. I was there. My siblings weren't. The breaking point came when Ms. Patterson played Mom's video testimony in court. On the screen, Mom sat at her kitchen table, looking directly into the camera. Her voice was clear, her eyes sharp. I want to be very clear about why I'm making this decision, she said. Roy visits when it's convenient. Sydney calls when she remembers. But Savannah gave up her life for me. She earned this inheritance through 3 years of sacrifice, and I won't let anyone take that away from her. Ms. Patterson paused the video. Mrs. Foster, can you tell us what day this is? Tuesday, March 15th, Mom replied without hesitation. And who is the president? Mom rolled her eyes. The same idiot it was yesterday. Even the judge smiled at that. The video continued. I know my other children will be upset. They'll say this isn't fair, but fairness isn't about equal division. It's about equal effort, and the effort was never equal. Ms. Patterson tried one more angle. Mrs. Foster, do you feel you've been influenced in this decision by anyone? The only person who influenced me was Savannah, by showing me what real love looks like. Not the kind that sends checks from far away, but the kind that shows up every day, even when it's hard. After the video ended, Ms. Patterson requested a recess. I watched her huddle with Roy and Sydney in the hallway, their voices getting more heated by the minute. Todd found me in the courthouse cafeteria. How are you holding up? I keep waiting for this to feel good, I said. Winning, I mean, but it just feels empty. That's normal. Family fights usually do. They hate me now. They hated you before. They just didn't have a reason to admit it. An hour later, we were back in the courtroom. Miss Patterson stood up, her face grim. Your Honor, after reviewing the evidence presented, my clients wish to withdraw their contest of the will. The judge looked surprised. Are you certain? Roy and Sydney sat stone-faced as Ms. Patterson nodded. Yes, Your Honor, we accept the will as written. Just like that, it was over. Outside the courthouse, Roy and Sydney were loading boxes into their cars, Mom's photo albums, her china, small mementos they'd claimed before the hearing. So, that's it? I asked. Roy slammed his trunk shut. That's it! You win! Congratulations! Roy. No, I mean it. You played this perfectly. Move in, isolate her, turn her against us. Textbook manipulation. I never turned her against you. You did that yourselves. Sydney looked up from her car, her face streaked with tears. Do you even care that you've destroyed our family? What family? When was the last time we all had dinner together? When was the last time you called me just to talk, not to ask about Mom? That's different. It's not different. It's exactly the same. You only cared about family when there was something in it for you. Roy stepped closer, his voice low and angry. You know what I think? I think you're exactly like Dad. The comparison hit like ice water. Our father had walked out when I was 12, choosing his new girlfriend over his family. I'm nothing like Dad. Aren't you? He abandoned his family too, just in a different way. I didn't abandon anyone. I was here. I was always here. You were here for Mom, but you abandoned us. Sydney nodded, wiping her nose. We used to be close, Savannah, all three of us, but you changed when you moved back. You became cold. I became tired of being the only one who cared. We cared. You cared about looking like you cared. There's a difference. Roy shook his head. This is pointless. We're done here. He got in his car, but Sydney lingered. I know you think we're terrible people, she said quietly. Maybe we are, but we're still your family. Family is supposed to be there for each other. We were there, in our own way. Your way wasn't enough. And now what? We never speak again? Your nieces and nephews grow up not knowing their aunt? Is that what you want? I looked at her, really looked at her. She was still beautiful, still put together, still the little sister I'd protected from bullies and helped with homework. But she was also the woman who'd sent $200 and called it generous. I want you to understand why Mom made this choice. I understand. We weren't good enough children. You were fine children. You just weren't there when she needed you most. Sydney got in her car, then rolled down the window. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Not about the will. I still think it's unfair. But I'm sorry we weren't better. I'm sorry you had to do it all alone. It was the first real apology I'd heard from either of them. Thank you, I said. Will you call me sometime? When you're ready? I nodded, though I wasn't sure when that would be. Roy's car was already gone. Sydney drove away slowly, and I stood alone in the courthouse parking lot, watching my family disappear. Todd walked up beside me. How does it feel to win? I thought about it. The house was mine. The money was mine. Mom's final wishes had been honored. Like losing, I said. But sometimes I was learning losing was the only way to win. The house felt different after they left. Not empty. It had been empty since Mom died, but quiet in a way that felt final. I walked through each room, touching things that were now officially mine. Mom's favorite coffee mug, the Afghan she'd crocheted during her first round of chemo, the family photos that Roy and Sydney had left behind, probably because they didn't want to remember the version of us that used to exist. The doorbell rang. Viviana stood on the porch with a bottle of wine and a knowing smile. Figured you might need some company tonight. We sat in Mom's living room, drinking wine from her good glasses, the ones she'd saved for special occasions that never came. Any regrets? Viviana asked. About the will? No. About how it happened? Maybe. Your mother knew this would tear your family apart. She did it anyway. That should tell you something. That she was angrier than I thought? That she loved you more than she feared their reaction. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. This is Sydney. New phone. Just wanted you to know we made it home safe. I showed Viviana the message. You going to respond? I don't know what to say. Start with something simple. I typed back. Glad you're safe. Thank you for letting me know. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Finally. Take care of yourself, Savannah. I will. You too. It wasn't much, but it was something. Viviana poured more wine. So, what now? You've got the house, the money, your freedom back. What's next? I have no idea. I haven't thought past surviving this. Well, you survived it. Now you get to live. The next morning, I called Todd to discuss the practical details of my inheritance. The house was worth more than I'd expected. Mom's savings were substantial. Combined with her life insurance, I had enough to live comfortably for years, maybe even go back to school. Your mother was very specific about one thing, Todd said. She wanted you to use this money to build a life, not just maintain one. What does that mean? She said, and I quote, Savannah gave up her 30s for me. I want her to make her 40s count. That afternoon, I drove to the cemetery. Mom's headstone was simple granite with her name and dates. I sat in the grass beside it, something I hadn't done since the funeral. I don't know if I did the right thing, I said out loud, feeling foolish but needing to say it. Roy and Sydney hate me now. Maybe they always will. The wind rustled through the oak tree above her grave. But I kept my promise. I stayed with you until the end, and I'm going to honor what you wanted, even if it cost me my siblings. A car pulled up behind mine. I turned, expecting to see another visitor, but it was Roy. He got out slowly, carrying a small bouquet of grocery store flowers. We stared at each other across the cemetery grass. I come here sometimes, he said finally. Usually when I know you won't be here. How do you know when I won't be here? Viviana keeps me updated. She thinks we're all idiots. She's not wrong. Roy walked over and placed his flowers next to Mom's headstone. These were her favorites, daisies. She used to grow them in that patch by the back fence. I remember. We stood in awkward silence for a moment. I've been thinking about what you said, Roy continued, about showing up. You're right, I didn't show up. Roy, let me finish. I was scared, okay? Seeing her like that, confused and weak. It wasn't the mom I remembered, so I stayed away because it was easier. I was scared too. But you stayed anyway. That's the difference between us. He sat down in the grass, and after a moment, I sat beside him. Sydney's been calling me, he said. She wants to try family therapy, work through all this. What do you think? I think it's probably too late, but maybe it's worth trying. Would you want me there? Roy looked at me, really looked at me, for the first time in months. Yeah, I would. We sat by Mom's grave for another hour, not talking much, just being there together. It wasn't forgiveness. That would take time if it came at all. But it was a start. When I got home, I opened my laptop and found the online support group I'd joined during Mom's illness. I'd lurked there for months, reading other people's stories, never posting my own. I started typing, "My name is Savannah, and I spent 3 years caring for my dying mother while my siblings sent checks and made phone calls. When she died, she left everything to me and $1 each to them. They contested the will, lost, and now we barely speak. People keep asking if I have regrets. Here's what I've learned. Standing up for yourself isn't always pretty. Sometimes it costs you relationships you thought mattered. Sometimes it reveals that people you loved don't actually see you as a person, just a function. But here's the thing. If you don't stand up for yourself, no one else will. My mother saw my sacrifice and honored it. My siblings saw my sacrifice and expected more. The difference between those two reactions told me everything I needed to know about who really had my back. If you're reading this and wondering if it's worth it to fight for yourself, to demand the respect you've earned, to stop accepting crumbs from people who should be giving you the whole meal, the answer is yes. It's worth it. Even when it hurts. Even when you lose people. Even when you win, and it feels like losing. Because at the end of the day, you have to live with yourself. And I'd rather live with myself knowing I stood up than live with myself knowing I didn't. Sometimes karma needs your help. Don't be afraid to give it. I posted it and closed the laptop. Outside, the sun was setting over the neighborhood I'd grown up in, the house that was now truly mine. Tomorrow, I'd start figuring out what came next. Tonight, I was exactly where I belonged.
I stared at the first-class tickets to Venice in my hands, wondering if I was making the biggest mistake of my life. My mother's voice echoed through my apartment, complaining about the coffee I'd just served her. "Teresa, darling, you know I can't drink this generic brand. I thought with your fancy job you could at least afford decent coffee." That's me. Teresa, 32, successful marketing executive and still desperately trying to please my impossible mother. I tucked the tickets into my blazer pocket and took a deep breath. "Mom, I have something for you," I said, walking back to the living room where she sat perched on my cream sofa like it might bite her. "If it's more coffee, I'll pass." She wrinkled her nose, pushing the full cup away. "Actually, it's something better." I pulled out the tickets and held them up. "Happy early birthday." Her eyes widened, perfectly manicured fingers snatching the tickets from my hand. "Venice? First class?" For once, she was speechless. "You always talked about wanting to go, remember? When I was little, you'd show me pictures in those travel magazines." "That was before your father left us for that waitress," she said sharply. Before I had to work 2 jobs to support you, I bit back a retort. She'd been playing the martyr card for 20 years, conveniently forgetting the child support checks and alimony that had paid for her shopping sprees. Well, now you can finally go, I said, forcing brightness into my voice. We can go together. 2 weeks in Venice, staying at the Belmond Hotel Cipriani. Everything's arranged. She examined the tickets closely, her expression unreadable. This must have cost a fortune. I've been saving. I thought it would be nice for us to spend some time together. She set the tickets down carefully. When do we leave? Next week. I've already cleared it with work and... Next week? She stood up abruptly. That's too soon. I need time to prepare, to shop. You can't expect me to just drop everything. Mom, please, I checked your schedule with Linda at the salon. You don't have any appointments that can't be rescheduled. She narrowed her eyes. You went behind my back? I wanted it to be a surprise. I felt that familiar knot forming in my stomach, the one that always appeared when she started finding problems with my efforts. My phone buzzed. A text from Isabella. Did you tell her yet? How'd she take it? I ignored it for now. Isabella had warned me this might not go as planned, but I'd insisted on trying. After all, everyone deserves a second chance, right? Well, my mother said finally, picking up the tickets again. I suppose I could make it work, but I'll need new luggage and clothes. You can't expect me to show up at a 5-star hotel looking like a tourist. I've thought of that too. I reached for my purse and pulled out a gift card. For that boutique you like on 5th Avenue. Her eyes lit up. The first genuine smile I'd seen all morning. She took the gift card, running her finger along its edge. You really did think of everything, didn't you? I want this to be special, Mom. A fresh start for us. She stood up, gathering her designer handbag. Well, I better get shopping then. These things take time to plan properly. As I walked her to the door, she surprised me with a quick hug. You're a good daughter, Teresa. Sometimes I forget that. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Praise and guilt all wrapped up in one neat package. Classic Mom. After she left, I finally replied to Isabella's text. She said yes. Meeting tomorrow for lunch? Isabella's response was immediate. Absolutely. Need to discuss contingency plans. I smiled, thinking of the precautions I'd already taken. The separate copies of all important documents safely stored with Isabella, the emergency funds set aside, the hotel manager already briefed. Just in case. Because while I wanted to believe this trip would heal our relationship, 20 years of disappointment had taught me to hope for the best but prepare for the worst. Looking at my mother's untouched coffee cup, I remembered something she used to say when I was little. Trust is earned, not given. Well, Mom, I thought, picking up the cup. I guess we'll both find out if you've earned it. I dumped the coffee in the sink, watching the dark liquid swirl down the drain. 1 week until Venice. 1 week until either everything changed for the better, or I learned once and for all that some relationships couldn't be fixed, no matter how much money or effort you threw at them. Either way, at least I'd know. Final boarding call for Flight 789 to Venice Marco Polo Airport. I checked my watch again, pacing near the gate. My mother was 20 minutes late and my calls kept going straight to voicemail. A cold feeling crept into my stomach, but I pushed it away. She wouldn't. She couldn't. Miss? The gate agent caught my attention. We need to close the doors. Please, just 5 more minutes. My mother... I'm sorry, but we can't delay the flight. Swallowing hard, I handed over my boarding pass. As I walked down the jet bridge, I sent one last text. Mom, I'm boarding. Please tell me you're already on the plane. The first-class cabin was half empty. I scanned the seats, hoping to see her familiar blonde head, but she wasn't there. A flight attendant approached with a sympathetic smile. Can I help you find someone? My mother. We're traveling together. She should be in 2A. The attendant checked her tablet. I'm sorry, but no one has checked in for that seat. My hands started shaking as I sank into my seat. This wasn't happening. I pulled out my phone one last time before the doors closed, dialing Isabella. Bella, she's not here. What? Did she miss the flight? I don't know. She's not answering her phone. Could you already on it? I'll check her house, call around. The flight attendant gestured for me to end the call. We'll figure this out, Isabella said quickly. Just try to rest during the flight. 8 hours later, I stumbled through Marco Polo Airport, exhausted and worried sick. That's when I saw her. My mother standing at the baggage claim, collecting her designer suitcase. Mom, I called out, relief flooding through me. What happened? Why didn't you? She turned, and for a split second, I caught a flash of something in her eyes. Guilt? Triumph? Before she bolted toward the exit. Mom, wait. I chased after her, dragging my carry-on. As I reached for my passport at the customs checkpoint, my blood ran cold. My travel wallet was missing. The one containing my passport, cash, and credit cards. No. I emptied my purse onto a nearby bench. Nothing. Through the glass doors, I watched helplessly as my mother jumped into a waiting taxi. Miss? A customs officer approached. Is everything all right? My mother, I couldn't even finish the sentence. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Darling, did you really think I'd let you play the hero? Venice was always my dream, not our dream. Don't worry, I'll put your money to good use. Consider it payback for all those years I sacrificed for you. Love, Mom. My legs gave out and I collapsed onto the bench. A young woman sitting nearby looked up from her book. Hey, are you okay? I shook my head, tears finally spilling over. My mother? She stole my passport and money. She's gone. Oh my God. The woman moved closer. I'm Presley. Let me help. We should talk to the police. The police? I laughed bitterly. In a foreign country? She's my mother. They'll never believe me. My phone buzzed again. Isabella. Teresa, your mom's house is empty. All her stuff is gone. What's happening? With trembling fingers, I typed, She took everything. The passport, the emergency cash. She planned this all along. Check your email. Isabella replied instantly. Remember Plan B? I pulled up my email, and there it was. A folder labeled Venice Emergency. Inside were scans of my passport, copies of police reports I'd filed months ago documenting my mother's previous attempts at financial fraud, and contact information for Zachary, the hotel manager I'd briefed about potential issues. Presley was still sitting beside me, her face concerned. Look, she said, I'm staying at the Bellman too. Let me help you get there and we can figure this out. My phone buzzed one more time. Isabella again. Already called the hotel. Zachary's expecting her. Remember what we discussed? Let her think she's won. The higher she climbs, the harder she'll fall. I took a deep breath, wiping away my tears. Thank you, I said to Presley. I'd appreciate that ride. As we walked to the taxi stand, I thought about my mother's text. Payback, she'd said. Well, Mom, I thought, you're not the only one who knows how to play the long game. You taught me well. Maybe too well. The Belmont Hotel Cipriani, please. I told the driver, my voice steady now. Let her think she'd won. Let her enjoy her moment of triumph. Because what my mother didn't know was that her perfect plan had just triggered an avalanche she'd never see coming. The water taxi cut through Venice's Grand Canal, but I barely noticed the stunning architecture surrounding us. Presley sat beside me, already proving herself invaluable by lending me her phone charger and helping me contact the U.S. Embassy. So your mom's been planning this for months? She asked, shaking her head in disbelief. Looks that way. The desk clerk at her building said she'd been slowly moving things out for weeks. My phone rang. Isabella again. I put her on speaker. Teresa, I've got news. Your mother tried to use your credit card at Gucci 10 minutes ago, the one we left active. Perfect. I managed a small smile. Is everything in place at the hotel? Zachary's got it all under control. He said she checked in an hour ago, using your reservation. She's in for quite a surprise when she tries to charge anything to the room. Presley leaned forward. Wait, you knew this might happen? Let's just say my mother has a history. I showed her the folder on my phone. These are records of her previous incidents. The time she emptied my college fund, the jewelry she borrowed and sold, the credit cards she opened in my name. That's horrible, Presley said. Why didn't you press charges? Because she's my mother, and because I was stupid enough to keep believing she'd change. The water taxi pulled up to the bellman's private dock. Zachary was already waiting there, his tall figure impossible to miss in his impeccable suit. Miss Teresa, he said, helping me onto the dock. We've been expecting you. Your mother seems quite comfortable in the presidential suite. The presidential suite? I raised an eyebrow. I booked the garden view room. She insisted on an upgrade. Attempted to charge it to your card, naturally. He smiled thinly. We declined, but allowed her to stay there temporarily. We thought you might want to surprise her. My phone buzzed with another text from my mother. The view from up here is divine, darling. You should see how the sunset hits the water. Oh, wait, you can't. I showed the text to Zachary, who shook his head in disapproval. We have security footage of her arrival, he said, and of her attempting to use your cards. The police have been notified, but they're waiting for your signal before approaching. Presley touched my arm. I have to check in, but my room is on the 3rd floor if you need anything. Room 312. Thank you, I said sincerely, for everything. After she left, Zachary led me to his office. Isabella's face appeared on his computer screen via video call. Okay, Isabella said. Time to review the plan. Teresa, are you sure about this? We can still call the police right now. I thought about all the years of manipulation, the countless times I'd forgiven her, the way she'd smiled when I gave her those tickets. No, she needs to learn. Really learn this time. All right, then. Isabella pulled up a document. The hotel's security cameras are all active. We've got copies of her fraudulent charges. The embassy's sending over temporary documents. And I've contacted some interesting people from her past who are very eager to share their stories. Zachary handed me a room key. You'll be in the executive suite, 1 floor below her. We've disabled her room keys. She'll need to come to the front desk to get back in if she leaves. Perfect. I checked my watch. She'll be heading to dinner soon. She never misses a chance to be seen in a fancy restaurant. The Oro restaurant is fully booked, Zachary confirmed. But mysteriously, there's 1 table available, right in the center of the room. Isabella's voice turned serious. Teresa, remember, let her dig herself deeper. Let her think she's untouchable. The higher she climbs, the harder she'll fall. I finished. I remember. A knock at the office door made us all jump. Presley poked her head in. Sorry to interrupt, but I thought you should know. Your mother's heading to the restaurant, and she's wearing what looks like a very expensive new dress. I stood up, smoothing my travel-wrinkled clothes. Time to get ready, then. Your luggage has been delivered to your room, Zachary said, including the dress Isabella had sent over. I looked at my best friend's face on the screen. You thought of everything, didn't you? That's what best friends are for. She grinned. Now go get changed. Your mother wants to make a scene? Let's give her one she'll never forget. As I headed to my room, I felt strangely calm. Maybe because for the first time in my life, I wasn't trying to win my mother's approval. I wasn't trying to fix her or change her or understand her. I was simply going to show her exactly what it felt like to be on the receiving end of betrayal. And thanks to my friends, old and new, I wouldn't have to do it alone. The Oro restaurant glittered with candlelight and wealth. I stood in the entrance, wearing the sleek black dress Isabella had chosen, watching my mother hold court at the center table. She'd already gathered an audience, 2 older couples hanging on her every word. And then I said to my daughter, she was saying, gesturing with her wine glass, Darling, you work too hard. Let me handle the travel arrangements. I moved closer, silent in my heels. The poor dear is so consumed with her career, she barely has time for family, she continued, dabbing at her eyes with a napkin. That's why I insisted on taking this trip. Someone has to show her how to enjoy life. How generous of you, I said loudly, making her jump. Please, Mom, tell them more about how you're spending my money. The color drained from her face. Teresa, I thought you couldn't make it. Clearly. I turned to her new friends. Did she tell you how she got here? About stealing my passport and credit cards? The couples exchanged uncomfortable glances. Teresa, darling, you're making a scene. My mother hissed, her smile strained. Perhaps we should discuss this privately. Why? You didn't seem concerned about privacy when you left me stranded at the airport. Zachary appeared at my side. Is everything all right here? My mother's face brightened. Yes. I was just about to order another bottle of wine. The 82 Bordeaux, I think. I'm afraid that won't be possible, madam. Your credit cards have been declined and the room charges have been suspended. There must be some mistake. She reached for her purse, my travel wallet, but I was faster. Looking for this? I held up a second wallet, identical to the one she'd stolen. Amazing what you can do with a color printer and some basic crafting skills. Her eyes widened as she opened her stolen wallet, finding only carefully crafted replicas of my cards and documents. The real ones are safe with Isabella, I said, along with evidence of every fraudulent charge you've tried to make today. The other diners were openly staring now. My mother stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. How dare you embarrass me like this, after everything I've done for you? You mean like emptying my college fund? Or maxing out the credit cards you opened in my name when I was 18? I paid those back. With money you stole from your sister. Yes, Aunt Sarah told me everything. She grabbed her purse. I don't have to listen to this. I'm going to my room. Your room? Zachary stepped forward. I believe you mean the presidential suite that you attempted to charge to a fraudulent credit card? I'm afraid we'll need you to vacate immediately. You can't do this to me. She looked around wildly, but her dinner companions were suddenly very interested in their meals. Security is waiting to escort you out, Zachary said calmly. Unless you'd prefer we call the police? My mother's face contorted with rage. You ungrateful little... Careful, Mom. I nodded toward the security cameras. Everything's being recorded. She straightened her spine, trying to salvage her dignity. Fine, I'll leave, but don't think this is over. Oh, it's not, I agreed. We're just getting started. By the way, how many of your new friends here know about the Williams family? She froze. You wouldn't. Tomorrow's another day, Mom, and I learned from the best how to destroy someone's reputation. 2 security guards appeared at the restaurant entrance. My mother marched past them, head held high, but I caught the tremor in her hands. Your mother's belongings have been removed from the suite, Zachary murmured. We've arranged a room for her at a more suitable hotel across town. Perfect. I sat down at her abandoned table, picking up her half-empty wine glass. And the other arrangements? All in place for tomorrow's gala. Several guests are particularly interested in meeting your mother. I smiled, taking a sip of wine. Excellent. My phone buzzed. Isabella sending a video link. Security footage from the hotel lobby showed my mother trying to argue with the front desk, then being escorted out by security, her designer suitcases wheeled behind her. Sweet dreams, Mom, I whispered, raising the glass in a mock toast. Tomorrow's going to be a day you'll never forget. Across the restaurant, Presley caught my eye and gave me a thumbs up. Other diners were whispering, phones out, no doubt sharing the evening's drama on social media. Let them talk. Let the story spread. Because tomorrow, at the hotel's prestigious summer gala, they'd learn what my mother was really capable of. Not just from me, but from every person she'd ever betrayed. And this time, there would be nowhere left for her to run. The hotel's grand ballroom buzzed with Venice's elite, champagne flowing freely as string musicians played in the corner. I stood near the entrance with Presley, watching my mother work the room. Despite last night's humiliation, she'd managed to talk her way into the gala, dressed in what I recognized as my missing Valentino gown. Your mother's got nerve, I'll give her that, Presley whispered. Just wait. I checked my phone. Isabella, are we ready? Everyone's in position. Isabella's voice came through my earpiece. The Williams family just arrived. And guess who else showed up? Robert from the investment firm. My mother's former boss, the one whose signature she'd forged on company documents. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, Zachary's voice boomed through the speakers. Welcome to our annual summer gala. Right on cue, the massive screens around the ballroom lit up with security footage from yesterday. My mother attempting to use stolen credit cards, throwing a tantrum at the front desk, being escorted out. The crowd fell silent. My mother froze mid-conversation, her champagne glass slipping from her fingers and shattering on the marble floor. Some of you may recognize this woman, I said, stepping onto the small stage. Giselle, my mother, expert con artist, master manipulator, and tonight's guest of honor. Teresa, stop this immediately. She tried to march toward me, but 2 security guards blocked her path. Why stop? You always taught me to finish what I start. I gestured to the screens. And we're just getting started. Would anyone like to hear about the Williams Family Trust Fund? An elderly couple stepped forward, the Williams looking exactly as their photos showed. She convinced our grandson to invest his entire inheritance in a fake company, Mrs. Williams said, her voice shaking with anger. He was only 19. That's a lie, my mother shouted. Teresa, how dare you arrange this circus? Is it a lie, Giselle? A man in an expensive suit emerged from the crowd. Robert, looking older but just as intimidating as I remembered. Like the documents you forged with my signature? The ones that lost my clients millions? The whispers grew louder. My mother's face had gone chalk white. Or perhaps, I continued, we should ask Linda about the charity fundraiser money that mysteriously disappeared. Linda, a woman in her 60s, stepped forward. $300,000 meant for children's cancer research. Gone. This is ridiculous, my mother sputtered. These people are all lying. Teresa is trying to ruin me because she's jealous of my success. Success? I laughed. Let's talk about success, Mom. Show them the accounts, Isabella. The screens changed to display bank statements, credit card bills, loan documents, all showing a pattern of theft and fraud spanning decades. Your success was built on stealing from others, including your own daughter. I turned to the crowd. She emptied my college fund when I was 17, opened credit cards in my name, and just yesterday she stole my passport and tried to strand me at the airport. You ungrateful little... She lunged forward, but the guards held firm. Ungrateful? A new voice rang out. Aunt Sarah emerged from the crowd. Like you were ungrateful when our parents left me the house? When you forged my signature to take out a second mortgage? My mother's carefully constructed facade began to crack. Sarah, please. The police are waiting outside, Zachary announced, along with representatives from 3 different banks' fraud departments. You can't prove anything, my mother said desperately, but her voice wavered. Actually, we can. I nodded to Isabella, who had just entered the ballroom. Every document, every fraud, every lie. We have proof of all of it. And thanks to your performance tonight, we have dozens of witnesses. The crowd had formed a circle around my mother, their faces showing disgust and recognition as they connected her to various scams and schemes they'd heard about. This isn't over, she hissed, but the threat sounded hollow. You're right, Mom. It's not over. It's just beginning. The police want to talk to you about identity theft. The banks want to discuss fraud. And I'm sure all these lovely people have their own questions. As the police entered the ballroom, my mother did something I'd never seen before. She began to cry. Not her usual calculated tears, but genuine, messy sobs. Teresa, please. I'm your mother. Yes, you are. And you taught me everything I know about revenge. I turned away as the police approached her, including how to serve it cold. The crowd parted as they led her out, her mascara running, my stolen dress dragging on the floor. Years of carefully crafted lies and manipulation, unraveling in a single night. Isabella hugged me tightly. You okay? I watched my mother's retreating figure, feeling nothing but a profound sense of relief. I'm free, I said simply. For the first time in my life, I'm actually free. The morning after the gala, I sat in Zachary's office with Isabella, Presley, and a growing group of my mother's victims. The Williams family brought coffee and pastries. Linda from the Charity Foundation had files stretching back 15 years. Aunt Sarah clutched a stack of forged documents. The police found her trying to book a flight to Switzerland, Isabella announced, hanging up her phone. Using another stolen credit card, of course. Some people never learn. Aunt Sarah sighed, spreading her papers across the desk. Look at this. She even forged Mom's signature on her will, a week before she died. Linda leaned forward. That matches her pattern. She targeted my foundation right after my husband passed away. She knew I'd be too grief-stricken to notice the missing funds. She waited until our grandson was dealing with a bad breakup. Mrs. Williams added. She always struck when people were vulnerable. My phone buzzed, a call from an unknown number. I put it on speaker. Teresa? My mother's voice, smaller than I'd ever heard it. They're keeping me at the station. You have to help me. Like you helped me at the airport? That was different. I'm your mother. You can't let them do this to me. Aunt Sarah grabbed the phone. Giselle, you remember that summer house you convinced Dad to sign over to you? The police found some interesting documents in the safe there. Silence then. Sarah, what are you doing there? Having a lovely chat with your other victims. Did you really think Teresa was the only one you hurt? You don't understand, my mother pleaded. I had no choice. After Richard left me. Stop. I took the phone back. Dad left because he caught you embezzling from his company. He didn't abandon us. You drove him away. That's not true. I talked to him last night, Mom. For the first time in 20 years. Want to know what he said? More silence. He told me about the money you stole, the clients you defrauded. He tried to protect me by taking the blame, letting me think he was the bad guy who abandoned us. Teresa, please. The police have his statement now, along with statements from everyone else in this room. Do you want to know how many people came forward after the gala? How many lives you destroyed? A choked sob came through the speaker. I can explain everything. Save it for your lawyer. I ended the call. Mrs. Williams touched my hand gently. You're nothing like her, dear. Standing up to her took real courage. She's right, Presley said. I've only known you a few days, but I've seen how different you are from her. Isabella pulled up something on her laptop. Speaking of differences, you should see this. She turned the screen to show a news website. The headline read, International con artist exposed at Venice Hotel Gala. Decades of fraud uncovered. It's going viral, Isabella said. People are coming forward from all over. That charity scam in Paris? The real estate fraud in London? All her. The detective wants to meet with everyone, Zachary added, entering with fresh coffee. They're building a case for international fraud charges. Linda stood up, straightening her jacket. Well, I for one am ready to tell them everything. 20 years of silence is enough. One by one, they left for the police station, each carrying their pieces of my mother's elaborate web of lies. Finally, only Isabella, Presley, and I remained. What happens now? Presley asked. I walked to the window, watching boats cruise down the canal. Now we make sure she can't hurt anyone else. The banks are freezing all her accounts, Isabella reported, and they're investigating everyone she worked with. Your dad's helping track down her overseas assets. My phone buzzed again, another unknown number. This time, a text. Your father was weak. You're weak too. You think this is over? I raised you, Teresa. I made you who you are. You'll never be free of me. I showed the message to Isabella, who immediately started typing on her laptop. Got it. Sending this to the detective now. She's not supposed to contact you. She's scared, Presley observed. That's why she's lashing out. Good. I deleted the message. She should be scared, because tomorrow every single person in this room is meeting with the prosecutor, and we all have stories to tell. Isabella closed her laptop with a satisfied smile. Want to know the best part? That Valentino dress she wore to the gala? The security cameras caught her stealing it from your room. That's another charge to add to the list. For the first time since this all began, I laughed. Really laughed. Because my mother was right about one thing. She did make me who I am. She taught me to be smart, to be careful, to always have a backup plan. She just never expected me to use those lessons against her. The courthouse in Venice was smaller than I expected. I sat in the front row watching my mother in her prison-issued clothes, a far cry from her stolen designer wardrobe. The preliminary hearing had drawn a crowd, including every person she'd wronged who could make it to Italy. The prosecution calls Teresa to the stand. The prosecutor announced in Italian, with the court translator echoing in English. As I walked to the witness stand, my mother caught my eye. "You don't have to do this, darling," she said softly. "Family protects family." "Is that what you were doing when you left me stranded at the airport?" Her lawyer shushed her as I took my seat. "Please state your relationship to the defendant," the prosecutor began. "She's my mother, though I use that term loosely now." "Can you describe the events that led to her arrest?" I recounted everything: the stolen passport, the credit cards, the elaborate setup at the hotel. With each detail, my mother's face grew darker. "And this wasn't the first incident, was it?" the prosecutor prompted. "No, when I was 17, she—" Objection. My mother suddenly stood up. "I demand to speak to my daughter alone." The judge banged his gavel. "Sit down, Mrs. O'Connor." "You don't understand," she pleaded. "She's confused. I was protecting her inheritance." "By stealing it?" I shot back. "By opening credit cards in my name?" "Everything I did was for you." The judge banged his gavel again. "One more outburst and you'll be removed from the court." Isabella squeezed my hand as I continued testifying. I detailed every scheme, every manipulation, every betrayal. The college fund, the forged documents, the stolen identities. "And what about your father?" the prosecutor asked. "He's provided a written statement," I said, explaining how she embezzled from his company and framed him for it. My mother's composure finally cracked. "Richard was weak. He would have lost everything if I hadn't taken control." "Remove the defendant," the judge ordered. As security approached, my mother turned to the courtroom. "You're all weak. None of you understand what it takes to succeed in this world. We understand right from wrong," Aunt Sarah called out. "Something you never learned." They led my mother away, but not before she got in one last shot. "I made you strong, Teresa. Everything you are is because of me." The judge called a recess. In the hallway, Isabella hugged me tight while Presley kept the reporters at bay. "You did great," Isabella said, "and wait until she finds out about tomorrow's witnesses." "How many are testifying?" Presley asked. 23 so far," a familiar voice answered. I turned to see my father walking toward us, looking older but still familiar. "Dad." I hadn't seen him in person since the phone call. He wrapped me in a hug that felt 20 years overdue. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. "I should have fought harder for you." "You're here now," I said, wiping away tears. "That's what matters." The prosecutor approached with new papers. "We've found 3 more victims willing to testify, and evidence of fraud in 6 countries. She'll never get out, will she?" I asked. "Not for a very long time." Back in the courtroom, my mother sat subdued, finally seeming to grasp the gravity of her situation. Her lawyer looked overwhelmed by the mounting evidence. "The prosecution calls Richard to the stand," the translator announced. My father squared his shoulders and walked forward. My mother's head snapped up. "Richard, please." She tried one last time. "Think about our family." "I am," he said firmly. "That's why I'm here." As he began to testify about the company fraud, I watched my mother's face. For the first time in my life, I saw real fear there. Not manipulation, not calculated tears, but genuine terror as her carefully constructed world crumbled. "Would you like to make a statement?" the judge asked her when my father finished. She stood slowly, looking around the courtroom at all the faces of those she'd betrayed. Her voice, when it came, was barely audible. I don't know how to be any other way. That's not an excuse, I said clearly. That's why you're here. The judge nodded. We'll resume tomorrow with additional witnesses. As they led my mother back to her cell, she looked over her shoulder at me one last time. I saw something I'd never seen before in her eyes. Recognition. Not of me as her daughter, her victim, or her downfall, but of herself, reflected back in all her broken pieces. The woman who thought she could control everything was finally, completely powerless. And I was finally, completely free. The verdict came down like a thunderclap. 20 years in prison, no possibility of parole for at least 15. Multiple counts of fraud, identity theft, embezzlement, and grand larceny across 6 countries. As the judge read out the sentence, my mother sat perfectly still, her face a blank mask. Do you have any final words for the court? The judge asked. She stood slowly, turning not to the judge but to me. I thought I was teaching you to survive, to be strong. I didn't realize I was teaching you how to destroy me. You destroyed yourself, Mom. I just showed everyone the truth. The bailiff stepped forward to lead her away, but she resisted for a moment. Will you visit me? No. One word. Simple, final, free. They let her out, and the courtroom erupted in quiet conversation. Isabella squeezed my hand while Presley hugged me from the other side. My father stood nearby, talking with Aunt Sarah. Miss Teresa? Zachary appeared at my elbow. There's something you should see. He led our group to the courthouse steps where dozens of people waited. More victims, more stories, more lives touched by my mother's web of deceit. They all came forward after the news broke. Isabella explained. Some traveled from as far as Australia. A young woman approached me, tears in her eyes. Thank you, she said. My grandmother lost everything to your mother's investment scam. Now we can finally get closure. One by one, they shared their stories. Each one felt like a weight lifting, a chain breaking, a wound healing. What happens now? Presley asked as we walked back to the hotel. Now? I looked at the sunset over Venice's canals, the view my mother had tried to steal. Now we heal. All of us. In the hotel lobby, Zachary handed me a letter. This arrived for you. The return address was the women's prison. I almost threw it away, but something made me open it. My dearest Teresa, it began. By the time you read this, I'll have been sentenced. I won't ask for forgiveness. We both know I don't deserve it. But I want you to know that in the end, you proved me wrong. I thought love was weakness. You proved it was strength. You gathered an army of broken people and made them whole again. You turned my victims into warriors. You are everything I never could be. Strong without being cruel. Powerful without being destructive. I'm not sorry for what I did. I don't know how to be. But I am proud of what you've become, even if it meant becoming my downfall. Maybe that's the only good thing I ever did. Creating the person who would finally stop me. Goodbye, my darling daughter. Make a better life than I did. Love, Mom. I handed the letter to Isabella, who read it and passed it around. Do you believe her? My father asked gently. It doesn't matter, I replied. Her words don't have power over me anymore. The hotel restaurant had prepared a special dinner for our group, all the people who'd helped bring my mother to justice. As we sat down, Isabella raised her glass. To Teresa, who turned a nightmare into a revolution. To justice, Aunt Sarah added. To freedom, my father said. I looked around the table at these faces, some new friends, some old family, all united by a shared journey toward healing. My phone buzzed with messages from other victims around the world, sharing their stories of recovery and renewal. To all of us, I said, raising my glass, for choosing truth over fear. Later that night, I stood on my hotel balcony, watching the lights of Venice twinkle across the water. Presley joined me, 2 cups of coffee in hand. So what's next for you? She asked. Isabella and I are starting a support network for fraud victims, I said. And Dad's helping set up a legal fund for people who can't afford to fight back. Turning pain into purpose, she nodded. That's real strength. My phone buzzed one last time. A news alert. My mother's face stared back from the screen, but it didn't affect me anymore. She looked small now, diminished, just another criminal in prison clothes. I deleted the alert without reading it. You know what the best revenge is? I asked Presley. Living well, being happy, helping others. Your mother never understood that kind of power. No, I agreed. She never did. The night air was warm and sweet with possibility. Somewhere in the distance, church bells rang, their sound carrying across the water like a reminder that even the darkest stories can end in light. I didn't need my mother's approval anymore. I didn't need her love or her lessons or her twisted version of strength. I had something better. Truth, justice, and a family of choice who showed me what real love looks like. That was worth more than all the stolen fortunes in the world.
The weight of my father's funeral ring hung heavy on my right hand as I watched the last of the mourners file out of our family mansion. My name is Cynthia, and at 28, I never expected to be standing here, surrounded by empty champagne glasses and hollow condolences. Darling, you should really freshen up. Your mascara's running. Lexi's voice cut through my thoughts like a knife wrapped in silk. My stepmother stood in her perfectly tailored black dress, not a hair out of place despite the long day of performing grief. I'm fine, I replied, turning away from her practiced concern. The mansion felt different now, colder, emptier without Dad's booming laugh echoing through its halls. As you wish. She placed her hand on my shoulder, her diamond rings catching the light. We need to discuss the estate arrangements tomorrow. There are some financial matters that require immediate attention. Before I could respond, Mauricio, our butler of 20 years, appeared at my elbow. Miss Cynthia, might I have a word? In private. Lexi's perfectly manicured nails dug slightly into my shoulder before she released me. Of course, I'll be in the study if anyone needs me. Her heels clicked against the marble floor as she retreated. Mauricio led me to the kitchen, his familiar presence somehow both comforting and unsettling. He glanced around before reaching into his jacket pocket. Your father asked me to give you this after the funeral. He handed me a sealed envelope, yellowed slightly with age. He was very specific about the timing. My hands trembled as I took it. When did he give this to you? 3 months ago, just before his diagnosis. Mauricio's eyes held something I couldn't quite read. He made me promise to ensure it reached you directly. I broke the seal, unfolding the letter with shaking fingers. Dad's distinctive handwriting filled the page. My dearest Cynthia, if you're reading this, I've failed to tell you the truth in person, and for that, I'm sorry. The mansion, our home, belongs to you. It always has, through a trust your mother established before she passed. Lexi doesn't know. The official will reading tomorrow will reveal everything, but I needed you to know first. Be careful, sweetheart. Watch the shadows. Love, Dad. Mauricio, did you know about this? I looked up, but his expression remained carefully neutral. I know many things, Miss Cynthia, including that Mrs. Bryant has been making calls to real estate agents this past week. A laugh bubbled up from my chest, hollow and bitter. She's trying to sell my house. Your stepmother has always been ambitious. Mauricio's voice dropped lower. But there's more you should know. The safe in your father's study. Cynthia! Francesca's voice rang out from the hallway. Where are you hiding? Mauricio stepped back smoothly as my best friend burst into the kitchen, her dark curls wild and her eyes concerned. I've been looking everywhere for you. Are you okay? I'm fine, I said automatically, then caught myself. Actually, no, I'm not fine at all. I glanced at Mauricio, who nodded almost imperceptibly before disappearing through the service door. Francesca grabbed my hands. Talk to me. What's going on? Dad left me a letter. I squeezed her fingers. The mansion is mine, Fran. All of it. And Lexi's been trying to sell it behind my back. That snake! Francesca's eyes widened. No wonder she's been hovering around that sleazy lawyer all day. What are you going to do? Before I could answer, we heard voices from the study, Lexi and a man whose tone I recognized instantly. Dan Parker, the family lawyer who'd once asked me out and never quite gotten over my rejection. "The will reading is tomorrow," I whispered, tucking Dad's letter into my dress pocket. "Let them plot. Tomorrow they'll learn that the house they're trying to sell isn't theirs to sell." Francesca squeezed my arm. "Want me to stay tonight?" I shook my head, straightening my shoulders. "No, I need to face this alone. But first," I glanced toward the study. "I think it's time to see what's in Dad's safe." "Cynthia," Francesca warned, "be careful." "Oh, I will be." I smoothed down my black dress, Dad's ring catching the light. After all, I'm not the one who should be worried about losing everything. As I headed toward the study, my heels echoing against the floor my mother had chosen 30 years ago, I felt something shift inside me. Grief was still there, raw and real, but now it had company, determination, anger, and a fierce desire to protect what was mine. Let Lexi play her games. Tomorrow she'd learn exactly whose house she was living in. "Your father always said this place had more secrets than a confessional," Francesca whispered as we crept into Dad's study after midnight. The leather-bound books and heavy curtains cast strange shadows in the dim light of our phones. "Help me move this painting." I reached for the massive landscape that had hung behind Dad's desk for as long as I could remember. My hands trembled slightly as we lifted it, revealing the wall safe I'd only glimpsed a handful of times throughout my life. "Do you know the combination?" Francesca asked. I smiled, remembering Dad's cryptic words years ago. My birthday, Mom's birthday, and the day they met. My fingers spun the dial with practiced precision, and the safe clicked open with a satisfying thunk. Inside, stacks of folders and documents filled the space. But what caught my eye was a USB drive labeled Insurance and a thick manila envelope with my name on it. "Look at this." I pulled out a stack of photos. They showed Lexi at various cafes and restaurants, meeting with different men. The dates stamped on the backs went back 5 years, while Dad was still alive. Francesca peered over my shoulder. "Is that Dan, your father's lawyer?" "And that's James from the investment firm." My stomach churned. Dad knew. He knew she was playing him. A floorboard creaked in the hallway. We froze. "Quick, the safe!" Francesca hissed. We scrambled to replace everything except the USB and the envelope with my name, closing the safe and barely managing to rehang the painting before the study door opened. "Mauricio," I nearly collapsed with relief at the sight of our butler. "Miss Cynthia, Mrs. Bryant is awake. She's asking for you." His eyes darted to the painting, then back to me. "She's in the kitchen." "At this hour?" Francesca frowned. "I'll handle it," I said, tucking the USB and envelope into my pocket. "Fran, can you—" "I'll wait here," she nodded. "Text if you need backup." The kitchen lights were harsh after the darkness of the study. Lexi sat at the island counter, wrapped in an expensive silk robe, nursing what looked like scotch. "Couldn't sleep?" she asked, her voice honey-sweet but her eyes sharp. "I was just getting some water." I moved to the sink, keeping my back to her. "We need to talk about tomorrow, darling." Ice clinked in her glass. "Your father left some substantial debts. The mansion's upkeep alone." "Really?" I turned, leaning against the counter. "That's interesting, considering Dad's last financial statement showed the estate was completely solvent." Her perfectly plucked eyebrows rose slightly. "You've been going through his papers? Let's cut the act, Lexi." I pulled out my phone, pulling up the photos I'd just discovered. "Care to explain these?" The color drained from her face as she swiped through them. "Where did you get these?" "Dad wasn't as oblivious as you thought. He knew about your meetings with Dan, with James, with all of them." My voice remained steady despite my racing heart. "What were you planning? To sell the mansion as soon as the will was read? You don't understand anything." She stood, her robe swishing dramatically. "Your father was sick long before his diagnosis. He was making terrible decisions, risking everything you wanted, you mean?" I stepped closer. Did you really think you'd get away with it? Her laugh was sharp and bitter. Get away with what? Being a concerned wife? Trying to protect our family's interests? You're just a child playing at being grown up. A child who owns this house. I watched the words hit her like a physical blow. That's right. Mom left it to me in a trust. Dad told me everything. You're lying. But her hand shook as she set down her glass. The will reading tomorrow will prove it. Every property document, every deed, they're all in my name. I moved toward the door. Sleep well, Lexi. You might want to start packing in the morning. You ungrateful little... She caught herself, forcing a smile. We can work something out, surely. We're family, after all. Family doesn't try to sell each other's homes behind their backs. I paused at the doorway. And family doesn't betray the people they claim to love. Back in the study, Francesca was pacing. Well, she knows. I pulled out the USB drive. But she doesn't know everything, not yet. I plugged it into Dad's computer, and folders of financial records, emails, and surveillance photos filled the screen. Your father was thorough, Francesca whispered. He was protecting me. I clicked through the files, each one revealing more of Lexi's schemes. And tomorrow, I'm going to use everything he left me to take back what's mine. What do you need me to do? I smiled, thinking of the look on Lexi's face when she realized she'd lost control. Call Raphael. We're going to need all the family support we can get for what comes next. The morning sun streamed through the mansion's windows as Raphael strode into the breakfast room, his presence immediately filling the space. My cousin had always been the family's voice of reason, and right now, I needed that more than ever. Little Sin, he said, wrapping me in a tight hug. I came as soon as I got Francesca's call. Show me everything. I spread the documents across the antique dining table. Bank statements, emails, surveillance photos. Raphael's expression darkened as he examined each piece of evidence. That conniving... He stopped mid-sentence as heels clicked on marble. Lexi appeared in the doorway, her face a mask of practiced concern. Raphael, what a lovely surprise. She moved to hug him, but he stepped back, positioning himself beside me. Her smile faltered for just a moment. Lexi, he nodded coldly, I hear you've been busy making plans for the estate. Someone has to think about practical matters. She perched on a chair across from us. Cynthia, darling, about our conversation last night. I've spoken with Dan, and he agrees we should discuss the outstanding debts immediately. What debts? Raphael's voice was sharp. The mortgage refinancing, the renovation loans. Lexi waved her hand dismissively. Your uncle made some unfortunate financial decisions in his final months. I pulled out my father's last bank statement. You mean these loans? The ones you took out in Dad's name while he was on heavy medication? The color drained from her face. I don't know what you're implying. Stop lying. I slapped down copies of loan documents bearing signatures that clearly didn't match my father's usual handwriting. Did you really think Dad wouldn't notice? That he wouldn't protect himself? And me? Everything I did was for this family. Lexi's composure cracked. Your father was losing his grip, making terrible investments. Someone had to step in. By forging his signature? By meeting secretly with his lawyer to plan the sale of my house? I leaned forward. Yes, my house. Mom's trust made sure of that. The door opened again, and Dan walked in, his expensive suit failing to hide his discomfort when he saw Raphael. Am I interrupting something? He asked, hovering uncertainly. Perfect timing, Raphael said, standing. Care to explain why you've been helping Lexi arrange the sale of property she doesn't own? I don't know what you're talking about. Dan's eyes darted to Lexi. Mrs. Bryant asked for standard estate planning advice. Save it. I pulled out my phone, playing a recording from one of their cafe meetings. Their voices filled the room, discussing property values and potential buyers. You recorded us? Lexi's voice shook with rage. Dad did. I stopped the playback. He knew everything, Lexi. Every meeting, every forged document, every betrayal. This is ridiculous. Dan straightened his tie. These recordings won't hold up in court. But the forensic accounting report will. Raphael produced another folder. Along with the testimony from Dad's doctors about his mental state when these loans were taken out. Want to guess how that looks for both of you? Lexi stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. You ungrateful little bitch. After everything I've done for you. Done for me? I laughed. You mean trying to steal my inheritance? Plotting to sell my home? Using my father's illness to line your own pockets? You have no idea what it takes to maintain all this. She gestured wildly at our surroundings. Your precious mother's trust? It's barely enough to keep the lights on. Someone had to think about the future. Your future, you mean? I stood slowly. Well, think about this. You have 24 hours to pack your things and leave. After that, I'm calling the police. You can't do this to me. Her voice wavered between threat and plea. Actually, she can. Raphael placed a hand on my shoulder. The will reading this afternoon will make everything official, but make no mistake. You've lost, Lexi. The only question is how much dignity you'll have left when you walk out that door. Dan cleared his throat. Perhaps we should discuss this privately. There's nothing to discuss. I met his gaze steadily. You might want to contact the Bar Association yourself before I do. I hear they take a dim view of lawyers who help forge documents. He paled, backing toward the door. Lexi watched him go, her carefully constructed world crumbling around her. 24 hours, I repeated. And Lexi, don't bother trying to take anything that isn't yours. Mauricio has a complete inventory of every item in this house. She opened her mouth to respond, but Raphael cut her off. I'd quit while you're ahead. You really don't want us looking any closer at those offshore accounts, do you? The mention of the accounts, something I hadn't even known about, made her flinch. Without another word, she turned and fled the room. Think she'll go quietly? I asked Raphael. He squeezed my shoulder. Not a chance. But don't worry, we're ready for whatever she tries next. Looking at the evidence spread across the table, I realized this was just the beginning. The real battle was still to come. The family gathered in the grand parlor for the will reading, tension thick enough to cut with a knife. I sat between Raphael and Francesca, watching Lexi hold court on the opposite side of the room with Dan hovering nearby. She'd changed into a demure black dress, playing the grieving widow to perfection. Before we begin, the senior partner from Dad's law firm announced, I should note that Edward made some unusual requests regarding this reading. Lexi's perfectly painted smile flickered. Unusual how? He requested a video be played first. The lawyer nodded to his assistant, who set up a laptop and projector. My father's face filled the wall, healthy and strong as he'd been 6 months ago. The room fell silent. If you're watching this, Dad began, I'm no longer here to defend my choices, but I can explain them. He shifted in his chair. Lexi, my dear, you're probably wondering why I let you believe you'd inherit everything. The truth is, I needed to see how far you'd go. The color drained from her face as Dad continued. The surveillance photos, the recorded meetings, the forged documents. I know about all of it. Every scheme, every betrayal, every attempt to steal what rightfully belongs to my daughter. Gasps filled the room. Someone whispered, Oh my God. Cynthia, Dad's voice softened. I'm sorry I didn't tell you everything while I could, but I needed proof. Proof that's now in the hands of my lawyers, the police, and the FBI's Financial Crimes Unit. Lexi shot to her feet. This is absurd. He was sick, delusional. Sit down, Raphael commanded. You'll want to hear the rest. On screen, Dad held up a familiar USB drive. Everything's here. The offshore accounts, the embezzlement from my company, the conspiracy with Dan Parker to falsify legal documents. Dan stumbled backward, his face ashen. I didn't. Save it, Francesca snapped. We have the recordings. My estate, Dad continued, including the mansion, was never mine to give away. It belongs to Cynthia through her mother's trust. A fact you discovered, Lexi, leading to your desperate attempts to sell it before this day. The video paused, and the lawyer stood. There's more, but first, I'm legally obligated to inform everyone that the FBI is currently executing search warrants at multiple locations, including Mr. Parker's office and Mrs. Bryant's private residence. You can't do this to me. Lexi's composure shattered completely. I made this family what it is. I kept everything running while he was dying. You mean while you were stealing from him? I stood, my voice steady. While you were forging his signature and plotting to sell my home. You ungrateful little, she lunged forward, but Raphael caught her arm. Don't make this worse for yourself, he warned. The lawyer cleared his throat. Shall we continue with the video? Dad's face reappeared, his eyes sad, but determined. Lexi, I loved you once. I believed in you, but you chose greed over family, ambition over loyalty. The evidence has already been submitted to the authorities. By the time this video plays, your accounts will be frozen. No, she whispered, sinking into her chair. No, no, no. As for you, Dan. Dad's gaze seemed to fix directly on the trembling lawyer. I trusted you with my family's legal affairs. That trust was misplaced. The Bar Association has received a complete file of your activities. Dan bolted from the room, nearly knocking over the assistant. The rest of the will is straightforward, Dad concluded. Cynthia inherits everything, as her mother intended. The trust she's held since birth remains intact. And Lexi... He paused. You have 24 hours to leave the premises before trespassing charges are filed. The video ended. Silence filled the room until Lexi's laugh, high and brittle, shattered it. You think this is over? She turned to me, mascara smearing beneath her eyes. You have no idea how to run this estate, how to manage this kind of wealth. You'll fail, just like your mother would have. Don't you dare speak about my mother. I stepped closer, my voice low. You're not half the woman she was. She built this family's legacy. You tried to steal it. Security will escort Mrs. Bryant to collect her personal belongings, the lawyer announced. The FBI agents outside will want to speak with her afterward. As two men in suits appeared in the doorway, Lexi's facade crumbled completely. This isn't fair. You deserve prison, Raphael cut in. Be grateful if you only lose your money and your reputation. I watched as they led her away, her threats and protests fading down the hallway. Francesca squeezed my hand. You okay? No, I admitted, looking around the room where my family's drama had just imploded. But I will be. Dad made sure of that. The lawyer approached with a stack of documents. Miss Cynthia, there are some papers to sign. And... He lowered his voice. There's one more video. Private, for your eyes only. I nodded, feeling the weight of my father's final messages, his protection, his love. The battle wasn't over, but at least now I knew exactly what I was fighting for. The doorbell rang at midnight, 3 days after the will reading. I'd been curled up in Dad's study, reviewing financial documents, when Mauricio appeared in the doorway. Miss Cynthia, you have a visitor. His hesitation made me look up. It's your sister, Madeline. My half-sister, the one who'd cut ties with us years ago after a bitter fight with Dad. I hadn't seen her since. Send her in, I said, straightening my clothes. And Mauricio, stay close. Madeline swept into the room like a storm front, all designer clothes and sharp edges. She looked exactly like Lexi, her mother, but with Dad's eyes. Well, well, she said, dropping into a leather chair. Quite the show you put on with Mum the other day. Bravo. What do you want, Madeline? I remained behind Dad's desk, keeping the barrier between us. Can't a girl visit her sister? She examined her perfect manicure, especially when said sister just had their mutual stepmother arrested for fraud. Half-sister, I corrected, and Lexi wasn't arrested. She's under investigation. Same difference. Madeline leaned forward. Look, I know we're not close, but I have information you need to hear. About what? About Mum's plans. She's not done, you know. She's already meeting with lawyers in the city, planning her next move. I pulled out my phone, hitting record discreetly. And you know this how? Because she called me. A smile played at her lips. wanted me to help her prove Dad was mentally incompetent when he made those videos, offered me a cut of the estate if I testified. And I told her to go to hell. Madeline's smile vanished. Look, I may have left this family, but not because of Dad. I left because of her, because I saw what she was doing to him, to all of us. The study door opened again, and Raphael stepped in. I thought I heard your voice, Maddie. Raph. She stood to hug him, still playing big brother to everyone. Someone has to. He perched on the desk corner. Why are you really here? To warn you. She pulled out her phone, showing us text messages. Mum's not just planning legal action. She's desperate, dangerous. She's been contacting everyone who might have dirt on the family, trying to build a case to contest the will. She can't contest what was never hers, I said. No, but she can drag this family's name through the mud trying. Madeline sighed. Look, I know you have no reason to trust me, but I want to help. Why? I stood, moving around the desk. You haven't spoken to any of us in 3 years. Because I was wrong, okay? Her voice cracked slightly. I was young and stupid and angry, but watching Mom destroy this family, I can't stay silent anymore. Raphael and I exchanged looks. He gave a slight nod. What exactly do you know? I asked. Everything. Madeline pulled out a USB drive, similar to Dad's. Mom kept records of all her schemes. Insurance, she called it. I found them when I was cleaning out her condo last year. Why didn't you come forward then? Because Dad was still alive and I couldn't face him. She placed the drive on the desk. But he's gone now and you're in charge. You need to know what you're up against. I picked up the drive, turning it over in my hands. This could be a trap. It's not. She met my gaze steadily. Check the timestamps, the metadata. It's all authentic. And there's more. About Dan, about the offshore accounts, about her other victims. Other victims? Raphael straightened. Mum's done this before. 2 other marriages, 2 other families she nearly destroyed. She's not just a gold digger, she's a professional con artist. My hand shook as I plugged the drive into Dad's computer. Files populated the screen. Documents, photos, bank statements dating back 15 years. Jesus, Raphael muttered, scanning the contents. She's been doing this for decades. And now she's desperate, Madeline added. She's lost everything, her reputation, her money, her power. People like her don't just walk away from that. What do you suggest? I asked. Let me help. I know how she thinks, how she operates. And she hesitated. Maybe it's time to repair some bridges in this family. The room fell silent except for the hum of the computer. I studied my half-sister's face, looking for any sign of deception. Okay, I finally said, but if this is a game, it's not. She stood. I've spent 3 years regretting walking away from my family. I won't make that mistake again. Raphael cleared his throat. We should show this to the FBI. Tomorrow, I decided. Tonight, I think we need to hear everything Madeline knows, starting with what Lexi's planning next. As Madeline began to talk, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the calm before an even bigger storm. But this time, at least, I wasn't facing it alone. She's here, Mauricio announced, his normally stoic expression tight with concern. Mrs. Bryant is at the front gate, demanding entry. I glanced at the security feed on my laptop. Lexi stood outside in a perfectly tailored suit, flanked by 2 men who screamed, "Lawyer," from their expensive shoes to their briefcases. Let her in, I said, straightening my father's ring on my finger. It's time to end this. Madeline touched my arm. Are you sure about this? Positive. I looked around the study where we'd gathered. Raphael, Francesca, Madeline, and our family lawyer. Everyone knows their part? They nodded as Lexi's heels clicked down the hallway, getting closer. The door burst open, and there she stood, somehow looking both immaculate and unhinged. Well, isn't this cozy? Her gaze swept the room, lingering on Madeline. My own daughter, conspiring with the enemy. How dramatic. Save it, Mom, Madeline said. We know everything. Do you? Lexi's laugh was brittle. You think your little USB drive tells the whole story. You have no idea what really happened in this family. I stood, moving to the front of Dad's desk. Then enlighten us. Your father was weak, she spat. He would have lost everything if I hadn't stepped in. Those investments I made, they saved this family's fortune. You mean the illegal transfers to offshore accounts? Raphael held up a stack of documents. The ones you made while he was on heavy medication. Everything I did was legal, one of her lawyers interjected. Mrs. Bryant had power of attorney. A forged power of attorney, our family lawyer corrected, sliding forward another document. The neurologist's report confirms Edward was fully competent when he revoked it 3 months before his death. Lexi's composure cracked slightly. This is ridiculous. I demand. You demand nothing. I pulled out an envelope. This is an official eviction notice. You have 1 hour to leave the premises, or the police will remove you. You ungrateful little bitch. She lunged forward, but Raphael stepped between us. I gave you everything. I raised you after your precious mother died. You mean after you convinced Dad to send me to boarding school? I kept my voice steady. After you systematically isolated him from everyone who could expose your schemes? You have no proof. Actually, Madeline interrupted, we do. She opened her laptop, playing a video of Lexi meeting with Dan in a hotel room, plotting their next move. Where did you get that? Lexi's face went white. From your own records, Mom. You really should change your passwords occasionally. The lawyers exchanged glances, one of them already backing toward the door. Mrs. Bryant, he said carefully, you didn't mention these complications when you retained us, because they're lies. She whirled on him. All of it, fabricated by an ungrateful child who owns this house? I cut in. Who has proof of your fraud, your conspiracies, and your previous cons? Yes, we know about the other families too. Her other lawyer cleared his throat. I believe we should continue this discussion after consulting with our ethics board. Cowards! Lexi screamed as they hurried out. You can't do this to me. I made this family. No, I stepped closer. You nearly destroyed it. But Dad saw through you. He protected me, protected everything, while you dug your own grave. I'll fight this, she hissed. I'll tell everyone what really goes on in this family. Every dirty secret, every scandal. Go ahead. Francesca spoke up from the corner. The press would love to hear about your history of marrying wealthy men and bleeding them dry. I'm sure your previous victims would be happy to comment. Lexi's gaze darted around the room, finding no allies. Madeline, she tried, voice softening. Sweetheart, you can't believe these lies about your own mother. Save it, Madeline stood. I've spent years ashamed of walking away from this family. Now I'm ashamed I didn't expose you sooner. Security is waiting, Mauricio announced from the doorway. Shall I escort Mrs. Bryant out? This isn't over, Lexi snarled, backing toward the door. You think you've won? You have no idea what's coming. Actually, I held up my phone. The FBI does. They're very interested in those offshore accounts, and the evidence of money laundering, and the forged documents. Her face crumpled for just a moment before the mask slipped back into place. You'll regret this, all of you. Goodbye, Lexi. I watched as security appeared to escort her out. Don't bother trying to contact us. Your lawyers can talk to ours. As her protests faded down the hallway, Madeline let out a shaky breath. That's not the end. No, I agreed, watching Lexi's retreating figure on the security feed. But it's the beginning of the end. Raphael squeezed my shoulder. We'll be ready for whatever she tries next. Looking around at my unlikely alliance, my half-sister, my cousin, my best friend, I finally felt the weight of Dad's words sink in. He hadn't just left me an inheritance. He'd left me a family, stronger than ever. The call came at 3 a.m., jolting me awake. Madeline's voice crackled through the phone, tense and urgent. Mom's making her move. She's filed an emergency injunction, claiming Dad was mentally incompetent. The hearing's in 2 hours. I bolted upright. 2 hours? That's not possible. The courts don't... She's got a judge in her pocket, Madeline cut in. Judge Harrison. They're old friends, apparently. I'm on my way. Raphael's voice joined the call. Already called our lawyers. Meet at the courthouse in an hour. I threw on clothes while dialing Francesca. Within 45 minutes, our entire team had assembled on the courthouse steps. Dawn was just breaking, casting long shadows across the empty plaza. Here they come, Francesca muttered. Lexi strode toward us, flanked by new lawyers, and my stomach dropped, Dan Parker. She'd traded her designer suits for a modest black dress, playing the grieving widow perfectly. Last chance, she called out. Drop this ridiculous vendetta, and we can work something out. Like you worked things out with your previous husbands? Madeline stepped forward. How many families have you destroyed, Mom? I'm trying to protect this family's legacy. Lexi's voice rose. Your father was sick, making irrational decisions. Is that what you told Judge Harrison? I interrupted. The same judge who vacationed with you in the Caymans last year. Her step faltered. How did you... We found the photos, Raphael said, holding up his phone. Along with the offshore account transfers. Interesting timing, right before he handled your divorce from husband number 2. The courthouse doors opened, and a clerk emerged. The judge will see you now. Inside the courtroom, tension crackled as both sides took their positions. Judge Harrison, a stern-faced man in his 60s, peered down at us. Mrs. Bryant, he began, you claim Edward was mentally incompetent when he made these videos and changed his will. Yes, Your Honor. Lexi dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. The medication affected his judgment. He became paranoid, making wild accusations. Like these? I nodded to our lawyer, who projected images onto the courtroom screen. Photos of Lexi meeting Judge Harrison, bank statements showing suspicious transfers. The judge's face darkened. What is the meaning of this? The meaning, Your Honor, our lawyer stepped forward, is that we have evidence of judicial misconduct, and we've already submitted it to the State Ethics Board. This is outrageous. Lexi's lawyer jumped up. These accusations are supported by extensive documentation, Madeline interrupted, walking forward with a thick folder, including records of your private meetings with my mother to coordinate this emergency hearing. Judge Harrison's hands gripped his gavel tightly. I will not be blackmailed. No blackmail, I said clearly. Just the truth, about Lexi's pattern of fraud, about your role in covering up her previous cases, about everything. I moved to dismiss. Lexi's lawyer started. Sit down, Dan suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to him. It's over, Lexi. I'm not perjuring myself for you. Dan, she whirled on him. After everything we did was illegal, he said tiredly, and I've already given my statement to the FBI. The courtroom erupted in chaos. Lexi lunged at Dan, her carefully constructed facade shattering completely. Security rushed forward as she screamed accusations and threats. Order! Judge Harrison slammed his gavel, but his authority had evaporated. 2 men in suits entered the courtroom, badges visible. Judge Harrison, one announced, we need you to come with us. And Mrs. Bryant, you're under arrest for fraud, conspiracy, and attempted judicial manipulation. As they led Lexi away in handcuffs, she fixed me with a venomous glare. You think this is victory? You've destroyed everything. No, I replied calmly. You did that yourself. Every scheme, every lie, every betrayal, those were your choices. Mrs. Bryant, the FBI agent interrupted, you have the right to remain silent. I'll never be silent, she shrieked as they escorted her out. This family will regret this, all of you. In the sudden quiet of the courtroom, Madeline touched my arm. You okay? I watched through the window as they led my stepmother to a waiting car. Judge Harrison following in separate custody. I think I finally am. It's really over, Francesca whispered. Almost, Raphael corrected. We still need to clean up the mess, the legal challenges, the press, the financial tangles. We'll handle it, I said, feeling stronger than I had in weeks. Together. As we walked out of the courthouse, reporters swarmed, shouting questions. But for the first time since Dad's death, I felt no fear, no uncertainty, just clarity. Miss Cynthia, one reporter called out, any comment on your stepmother's arrest? I paused on the steps, my family flanking me. Just this, the truth always comes out. No matter how long it takes, no matter who tries to bury it, justice finds a way. The autumn breeze rustled through the mansion's gardens as I unlocked the front door, letting Madeline in with her boxes. After Lexi's conviction and sentencing, 15 years for fraud and conspiracy, my half-sister had finally agreed to move back home. Still feels strange being here, she said, setting down a box in the foyer. Good strange, but strange. Miss Cynthia, Mauricio appeared with perfect timing. The investigators have finished with the safe room. They found something you should see. We followed him to Dad's study, where Raphael already waited with Francesca. On the desk lay a leather-bound journal I'd never seen before. It was hidden behind a false panel, Raphael explained. Your mother's diary. My hands trembled as I opened it. Mom's elegant handwriting filled the pages, including a letter dated just before her death. Read it out loud, Francesca urged softly. I cleared my throat. My dearest Cynthia, if you're reading this, you've finally discovered the truth about our home, your inheritance, and hopefully your own strength. I created the trust not just to protect our family's wealth, but to protect you from those who would exploit it. Your father knows my wishes. The mansion isn't just a house. It's a testament to love, family, and perseverance. I built it from nothing, just as you'll need to rebuild after I'm gone. Trust your instincts, trust your true family, and most importantly, trust yourself. All my love, Mom. She knew, Madeline whispered. Somehow she knew someone like my mother would come along. A knock at the study door made us turn. Dan stood there, looking uncomfortable in casual clothes rather than his usual suit. The FBI finished interviewing me, he said. I've told them everything, about Lexi's previous cons, about Judge Harrison's involvement, all of it. Why did you help her in the first place? I asked. He sighed, leaning against the doorframe. Because I was stupid and greedy, and because she convinced me you'd never be capable of running the estate yourself. He met my eyes. I was wrong, about everything. Yes, you were. I stood. The Bar Association's decision. Disbarred, as expected. I'll be testifying against the other conspirators next week. Good. I gestured to Mauricio. Show him out, please. As Dan left, Raphael picked up Mom's diary. Your mother was an incredible woman. This journal, it's full of business strategies, family history, even warnings about people like Lexi. She built an empire, Francesca added, while everyone underestimated her, just like they underestimated you. The doorbell rang, and Mauricio returned moments later with a delivery. The new security system, Miss Cynthia, and the contractor is here about the renovations. Go, Madeline smiled. Be the lady of the house. We'll help unpack my things. In the entrance hall, I found myself staring at the family portrait, Dad, Mom, me as a child. The space where Lexi's portrait had hung was now empty, waiting for a new family photo. Miss Cynthia, the contractor waited patiently. About the changes you wanted. Yes, I turned to him. We'll restore everything to its original design. My mother's design. But with some modern upgrades. And the East Wing? He checked his notes. Converting it to a women's shelter? Exactly. My mother built this house to protect her family. Now it's going to protect others too. Later that evening, we gathered in the garden, Madeline, Raphael, Francesca, even Mauricio joining us with glasses of champagne. To new beginnings, Raphael proposed. And old wisdom, I added, thinking of Mom's journal. And family, Madeline raised her glass. Real family. The setting sun painted the mansion's windows gold, just as it had when Mom first designed it. I could almost hear her voice in the evening breeze, approving of everything we'd accomplished. You know, Francesca said, your story's been trending online. Daughter outsmarts gold-digging stepmother. People are calling you an inspiration. They're calling her a badass, Madeline corrected with a laugh. I just did what Mum would have done, I said. Protected what matters. Protected family. Speaking of protection, Raphael pulled out his phone, showing us a news alert. Lexi's previous victims are coming forward. Looks like she'll be facing more charges. Good. I stood, walking to the garden's edge where Mom's favourite roses still bloomed. Let her face everything she's done. We're done living in her shadow. To karma, Madeline raised her glass again. To justice, Raphael added. To family, I finished, feeling the weight of Mom's ring on my finger, Dad's watch on my wrist. The real kind. As night fell over the mansion, our home, I finally felt at peace. Not because of victory or revenge, but because I'd discovered what Mom knew all along. True strength comes from protecting what you love, and real family stands together, no matter what storms come.
It will look better coming from me, you know. Those 8 words changed everything. My sister Harmony said them with that perfect smile of hers, the one that had been melting hearts since she was 5 years old. She was holding my architectural sketches, my life's work, like they were grocery lists. My name is Quinn, and I've been living in my younger sister's shadow for 32 years. If you've ever been the smart one, while your sibling got to be the pretty one, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Except Harmony wasn't just pretty, she was magnetic, charming, the kind of person who could walk into a room and have everyone gravitating toward her within minutes. Quinn, sweetheart, we need to talk. Mum's voice cut through my thoughts as she glided into the cramped conference room where I'd been working. Dad followed behind her, looking uncomfortable in his expensive suit. Josh, Harmony's husband, brought up the rear, his usual cocky demeanour replaced by something that looked suspiciously like desperation. What's going on? I asked, though I already knew. Josh's development company had been hemorrhaging money for months. The whispers in the industry were getting louder. We have a proposition, Dad said, settling into the chair across from me. Josh's company needs an architect, someone with vision, someone we can trust. I almost laughed. For years they dismissed my career as unmarriageable and too practical. While Harmony flitted from one social event to another, I'd been building a reputation as one of the most innovative, sustainable architects in the city. But suddenly, now that their golden child's lifestyle was threatened, my boring skills were exactly what they needed. We're talking about a revolutionary project, Josh jumped in, his voice carrying that salesman energy that had probably charmed investors before they realised he had no substance behind the shine. Green communities, sustainable living, the whole package. It's right up your alley. And the compensation? I asked. Mum waved her hand dismissively. Oh, Quinn, this is family. We're not talking about money. We're talking about helping each other. I'm talking about credit, I said firmly. If I design something, my name goes on it. Full attribution, contractual recognition, the works. The room went quiet. Dad shifted in his seat. Josh's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Of course, Harmony said, appearing in the doorway like she'd been summoned. We wouldn't dream of taking credit for your work, Quinn. You know that. But her eyes said something different. They always had. I'll need it in writing, I said. Naturally, Josh agreed, though he looked like he'd swallowed something bitter. We'll have the contracts drawn up immediately. 2 hours later, I was staring at a standard architectural consulting agreement. It looked legitimate enough, but I'd learned not to trust anything that came too easily from my family. I spent another hour going through it line by line, adding clauses, demanding specific language about intellectual property and attribution. This is quite thorough, the lawyer said when I handed over my revisions. I'm quite thorough, I replied. When I finally signed the contract, I felt a mixture of hope and dread. Hope that maybe, finally, my family would see me as more than just the practical daughter who could be counted on to clean up messes. Dread because I knew better than to trust them completely. Congratulations, sis, Harmony said, appearing at my elbow as I capped my pen. This is going to be amazing. Though you know how these investor meetings go. Sometimes it's better to have a more personable face presenting the ideas. There it was again. That smile. That tone that made everything sound reasonable even when it absolutely wasn't. The contract is very clear about attribution, I said carefully. Oh, absolutely. But you know what I mean. You're brilliant with the technical stuff, but I'm better with people. We make a great team. Josh nodded enthusiastically. Harmony has some fantastic ideas about the marketing angle, the human interest side of things. I'm sure she does, I said. As I walked to my car, my phone buzzed with a text from Chloe, my best friend and the only person who'd been warning me about this from the start. How did it go? Please tell me you got everything in writing. I typed back, contract signed. Wish me luck. Her response came immediately. You're going to need it. I stared at that message for a long moment before starting my car. Deep down, I knew she was right, but for the first time in years, my family needed me. They were asking for my help, my expertise, my vision. I just had to make sure they didn't steal it. The office they gave me was a converted storage closet, literally. I could still see the outline where shelves used to be mounted on the walls. It's cosy, Harmony said, peeking her head through the doorway. Very intimate workspace vibes. It's a closet, I said flatly. Oh, Quinn, don't be so dramatic. You know how tight space is right now. Besides, you work better when you're not distracted, right? Meanwhile, Harmony had claimed the corner office with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. When I asked Josh about it, he just shrugged. She's handling the client relations side of things, needs the impressive space for meetings. Right. Because my revolutionary sustainable community designs were apparently less important than wherever Harmony was having her lunch meetings. I threw myself into the work anyway. This project could change everything. Not just for Josh's failing company, but for how we think about urban development entirely. I designed integrated solar systems, rainwater collection, community gardens on every rooftop, buildings that breathed with their environment instead of fighting against it. This is incredible, Marcus, one of Josh's junior architects, said when I showed him the preliminary sketches. The way you've integrated the green spaces with the residential units, I've never seen anything like this. Thanks, I said, feeling that rare, warm glow of professional recognition. Are you presenting this to the board next week? I looked up from my drafting table. What board meeting? Marcus's face went pale. Oh, Harmony mentioned she was presenting the new community concept to the investors on Thursday. My stomach dropped. She what? I probably misunderstood, Marcus said quickly, backing toward the door. I should get back to work. But I was already pulling up my email, scrolling through the company-wide messages I'd somehow missed. There it was, buried in my spam folder. Investor presentation, Walton Vision Community Project, Thursday to 2 p.m. Walton Vision, not Ford Vision, not even Ford Walton Vision. I marched straight to Josh's office, not bothering to knock. We need to talk. Josh looked up from his computer, startled. Quinn, what's up? The investor meeting. Thursday. Why wasn't I told? Oh, that. He waved his hand dismissively. Harmony's handling the presentation side. You know how these things go. Lots of schmoozing, relationship building. Not really your thing. Not my thing. It's my design. Of course it is. And Harmony will make sure they know that. She's just better at the people stuff, you know. More approachable. There was that word again. Approachable. Code for prettier and more charming and everything you're not. I want to be there, I said. Absolutely. You should definitely be there, in case there are any technical questions. In case there are technical questions, like I was some kind of consultant they'd call in if the PowerPoint crashed. That evening, I was working late when I heard voices from the conference room. Harmony's laugh echoed down the hallway, followed by Josh's voice. Just need to make sure the messaging is consistent. Can't have mixed signals going to the investors. I crept closer, staying in the shadows. Don't worry, Harmony was saying. I've got this handled. Quinn's brilliant with the nuts and bolts, but she doesn't understand the bigger picture, the vision. Right, and you've reviewed all her technical specs? Please. I've been living and breathing this project for weeks. I probably understand it better than she does at this point. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. What about the attribution stuff? Josh asked. She was pretty insistent about the contract language. Harmony laughed again, but this time it had an edge to it. Josh, sweetie, contracts are just paper. What matters is who the investors remember, who they trust, who they want to work with. But if she makes a fuss, she won't. Quinn's not a fighter. She never has been. She'll grumble a bit, but at the end of the day, she just wants to be included. Make her feel important, and she'll go along with whatever we need. I backed away from the door, my hands shaking. 20 minutes later, I was sitting in my car in Chloe's driveway trying not to cry. "They're stealing it," I said when she opened her front door. "They're actually stealing my work." Chloe pulled me inside and poured 2 glasses of wine without asking. "Tell me everything." I did. Every detail, every conversation, every dismissive comment and patronising smile. "Your name isn't on a single proposal, is it?" Chloe said when I finished. I thought about it. The investor packet I'd glimpsed on Josh's desk. The presentation slides Marcus had mentioned. The project name itself. "No," I whispered. "It's not. This isn't right, Quinn. This isn't just family drama anymore. This is theft." I stared into my wine glass, watching the dark liquid swirl. "Do you trust them?" Chloe asked quietly. I looked up at her. My oldest friend. The only person who'd never made me feel like second best. "No," I said. I don't think I ever did. The next morning, I installed tracking software on every file I'd created. If someone so much as opened one of my designs, I'd know about it. "Is this legal?" I asked Chloe over the phone. "They're your files on your work computer. You're just monitoring your own intellectual property." Within hours, the alerts started flooding my phone. Harmony had accessed my master design folder 17 times. Josh had downloaded my sustainability reports. Someone with the username HW Vision had copied my entire project directory. HW Harmony Walton. I screenshot everything. "Quinn!" Harmony's voice rang out across the office. "Can you come here for a second?" I found her in the conference room with a stack of my printed designs spread across the table. She was highlighting sections with a pink marker. "What are you doing?" "Just making some notes for the presentation. You know, simplifying some of the technical language so the investors can follow along." I picked up one of the sheets. She'd crossed out Ford Sustainable Community Design and written Walton Vision Initiative in the margin. "You can't just change the project name." "Oh, this is just for clarity. The investors need something catchy, something that rolls off the tongue. Ford Sustainable sounds so academic." "It sounds like my name." Harmony laughed, that tinkling sound that had charmed everyone from kindergarten teachers to college professors. "Quinn, you're being so sensitive. This is about the project, not personal credit. We're all working toward the same goal here." That afternoon, I drove to the law office where I'd had my contract reviewed. The lawyer, Patricia, looked over my documentation with raised eyebrows. "This is pretty clear-cut intellectual property theft," she said. "Your contract explicitly states that all designs remain attributed to you. They can't just rebrand your work." "What are my options?" "Well, you could send a cease and desist letter, or wait and see if they actually go through with it, then pursue damages after the fact." "What would you do?" Patricia leaned back in her chair. "Honestly, I'd document everything and prepare for war. People who steal intellectual property rarely stop at just one theft." That evening I was supposed to have dinner with my parents. Mum had insisted on family time before the big presentation. "You look tired, sweetheart," Mum said as she passed the salad. "Are you getting enough sleep?" "I've been working on the project." "Oh, that's wonderful. Harmony says it's coming along beautifully. She's so excited about Thursday." "She should be. It's my design she's presenting." The table went quiet. Dad cleared his throat. "Quinn, let's not make this about credit. This is about helping Josh's company succeed, about supporting family." "By letting Harmony take credit for my work." "Nobody's taking credit for anything," Mum said sharply. "Harmony is simply the face of the project. She's better with people, more presentable." There was that word again, presentable. "What does that make me? Unpresentable?" "Don't be dramatic," Dad said. "You know what your mother means. Harmony has a gift for communication. She can sell your ideas better than you can. They're not her ideas to sell." "Quinn?" Dad's voice carried that warning tone I'd heard my entire childhood. "Don't make this difficult. Harmony is doing this for the good of the family. The least you can do is support her." I stared at him across the dinner table. This man who'd taught me to ride a bike, who'd helped with my math homework, who'd driven me to architecture camp every summer. This man who was asking me to smile and nod while my sister stole my life's work. "For the good of the family," I repeated. "Exactly. And what about what's good for me?" Mom set down her fork with a sharp clink. Quinn, you're being selfish. This isn't about you. It's about all of us succeeding together. By erasing me, nobody's erasing you, Dad said. You'll get your recognition. Just let Harmony handle the presentation first. Let her do what she does best. I excused myself early, claiming a headache. As I was leaving, I heard Mom talking to Dad in the kitchen. She's always been jealous of Harmony, ever since they were little. She'll get over it, Dad replied. She always does. I sat in my car for 10 minutes before driving home. When I got there, I had 3 missed calls from Chloe and a text. Emergency. Call me now. What's wrong? I asked when she picked up. I did some digging on Josh's company. Quinn, they're in worse shape than you thought. This project isn't just important to them, it's their last shot. If this doesn't work, they're filing for bankruptcy. So they're desperate. Desperate people do desperate things. And I found something else. My stomach clenched. What? Harmony's been posting on social media about the project, calling it her vision for sustainable living. She's building a whole personal brand around your work. I pulled up Instagram on my phone. There it was. Harmony in a hard hat at a construction site. Captioned, bringing my sustainable community vision to life. Can't wait to share more details soon. Shaya Walton Vision, Gaha Sustainable Living, Da our dreams come true. The post had 847 likes and dozens of comments praising her innovation and forward thinking. Quinn, you still there? Yeah, I said quietly. I'm here. What are you going to do? I stared at Harmony's smiling face on my phone screen, at all those comments calling her a visionary, a genius, an inspiration. I'm going to stop them. The coffee shop was nearly empty when I met Jermaine. He was younger than I'd expected, maybe late 20s, with sharp eyes and a recorder app already open on his phone. Thanks for reaching out, he said, sliding into the booth across from me. Your message was intriguing. This is off the record for now, I said. I just want to know what my options are if a story develops. What kind of story are we talking about? I pulled out my phone and showed him Harmony's Instagram posts. Intellectual property theft. A woman taking credit for her sister's architectural designs. Jermaine's eyebrows shot up. Family drama sells, but I need proof, real proof. I have contracts, digital timestamps, file access logs. I slid a flash drive across the table. Everything's on there. He pocketed the drive without looking at it. Why come to me? Why not just handle this legally? Because legal takes time. And by then, she'll have convinced everyone the ideas were hers all along. And if I run this story, then the truth comes out before she can bury it. Jermaine leaned back, studying me. You know this will destroy your family relationships. They're already destroyed. I'm just the only one who knows it yet. That afternoon, I locked myself in my closet office and pulled out my original contract. There it was, buried in section 7.3, all architectural designs, concepts, and related intellectual property created by Quinn Ford during the term of this agreement shall remain the exclusive property of Quinn Ford, with full attribution required for any public presentation or marketing materials. I'd fought for that clause. Josh's lawyer had called it unnecessarily restrictive. Now I understood why. Quinn! Josh's voice boomed from the hallway. Conference room now. I found him there with Harmony and Zane, Josh's business partner. Zane looked uncomfortable, like he'd rather be anywhere else. We need to talk about Thursday, Josh said. What about it? There's been a change of plans. We're moving the presentation to the Marriott downtown. Bigger venue, more investors. Okay. And we've streamlined the presentation, made it more cohesive. Harmony smiled. We don't want to confuse anyone with too many voices. I'll be handling the entire presentation. The entire presentation? Don't worry, Josh said quickly. If there are technical questions, we'll bring you up. But Harmony will be the primary presenter. The primary presenter of my work. Zane shifted in his chair. Look, Quinn, I know this is awkward, but... Awkward? I stood up. My sister is stealing my designs and you think it's awkward? Nobody's stealing anything, Harmony said, her voice honey-sweet. We're collaborating, like a family. Show me where my name appears in the presentation materials. Silence. Show me one slide, one document, One piece of marketing material that mentions Quinn Ford. More silence. That's what I thought. I walked out, leaving them staring after me. Chloe was waiting in my apartment when I got home, armed with takeout and a bottle of wine. "How bad is it?" she asked. "They're not even pretending anymore. Harmony's doing the entire presentation. My name won't be mentioned once." "What did your lawyer say?" "That I have a solid case for intellectual property theft, but by the time it goes through the courts the damage will be done." Chloe poured 2 glasses of wine. "So what's the plan?" I pulled out my laptop and opened my email. "I'm going to give them exactly what they deserve. Which is the truth, in the most public way possible." I started typing. The email was addressed to Josh, copied to Harmony, Zane, and every investor on the presentation list. "Dear Josh, after careful consideration, I've decided to withdraw from the Walton Vision project effective immediately. As per section 7.3 of my contract, all architectural designs and concepts created during my employment remain my exclusive intellectual property and cannot be used without my written consent. Any presentation of these designs without proper attribution will constitute intellectual property theft and will be pursued to the full extent of the law. Best regards, Quinn Ford." "You're really doing this?" Chloe asked. My finger hovered over the send button. They made their choice. Now I'm making mine. I hit send. My phone started ringing within minutes. Josh first, then Harmony, then Mom. I let them all go to voicemail. The voicemails were predictable. Josh was panicked. Harmony was furious. Mum was disappointed. Dad's message was the shortest. And "Quinn, call me. We need to fix this. Fix this." Like I was the problem. I was deleting the messages when a new email popped up. The sender was HW Vision, Harmony's account. "Quinn, I can't believe you're being so petty about this. We're family. Family supports each other. They don't sabotage each other. The presentation is tomorrow. If you try to interfere, you'll be destroying Josh's company and our parents' investment. Is your ego really worth that much? Think about what you're doing. Harmony." I forwarded the email to Jermaine with a note. "Still think I need more proof?" His response came back immediately. "Holy shit, can I quote this?" "Not yet, but soon." I closed my laptop and looked at Chloe. "Tomorrow's going to be interesting." "Are you sure about this? Once you pull this trigger, there's no going back." I thought about 32 years of being second best, of being the smart one, the practical one, the one who cleaned up everyone else's messes, of watching Harmony get credit for things she'd never earned while I got dismissed for achievements that were actually mine. I'm sure. The night before the gala, I sat in my car outside Josh's office building at 11 p.m. The security guard had left an hour ago. I knew because I'd been watching. Josh's key card was still in my purse from when he'd asked me to grab files from his office last week. He'd never asked for it back. The building was dark except for the emergency lighting. My footsteps echoed in the empty lobby as I made my way to the elevator. Josh's computer was still logged in, sloppy but typical. I plugged in my flash drive and navigated to the presentation folder. There it was. Walton Vision, Investor Presentation Final.ptx. I opened it. Slide after slide of my designs, my concepts, my sustainability innovations. Every single one credited to Harmony Walton, Creative Director, or the Walton Vision team. My name appeared exactly once, in tiny font, on slide 47. Special thanks to consulting architect Q Ford. Q Ford. Like I was some random contractor they'd hired. I replaced their presentation file with my own version. Same slides, same designs, but with one crucial difference. Every slide now included a watermark with my contract clause about intellectual property rights. And I'd added a few new slides at the end. Then I uploaded everything to the backup drive they'd be using for the projector, just in case. My phone buzzed with a text from Chloe. "You sure about this?" "Too late now," I typed back. The next morning, I submitted my resignation letter. Not by email this time. I hand-delivered it to Josh's assistant at 8 a.m. sharp. "Quinn!" Josh's voice boomed across the office 20 minutes later. "What the hell is this?" He was waving my resignation letter like it was on fire. "It's my resignation, effective immediately." "You can't resign. The presentation is tonight. Watch me." Harmony appeared at Josh's shoulder, her face flushed. "Quinn, this is insane. You're going to ruin everything over what? Your name on a PowerPoint slide? It's not about a PowerPoint slide. It's about 32 years of being invisible. You're not invisible, Josh said desperately. You're valued. You're appreciated. Then why isn't my name on anything? Silence. That's what I thought. I walked past them toward my closet office to pack up my things. Harmony followed me. Mom and Dad are going to be devastated, she said. They'll get over it. Will they? Dad invested $50,000 in this project. Mum's been telling all her friends about our big family success story. I stopped packing. Dad invested money. Harmony's smile was sharp. Oh, you didn't know? Mum and Dad are silent partners. This isn't just Josh's company anymore. It's a family business. My stomach dropped. If the project failed, my parents would lose their investment, their retirement savings. You're lying. Ask them yourself. They're coming to the presentation tonight. Front row seats to watch their investment pay off. I pulled out my phone and called Dad. Quinn, sweetheart, I was just about to call you. Josh told me about this resignation nonsense. Dad, did you invest money in Josh's company? A pause. Well, yes. We wanted to support the family, support you. How much? That's not important. What's important is that you're trying to sabotage your sister's presentation over some petty... How much, Dad? Another pause. 50,000. But Quinn, this isn't about money. This is about family unity. I hung up and stared at Harmony. She was still smiling. So you see, she said, this isn't just about you and me anymore. If you destroy this presentation, you're destroying Mom and Dad too. You planned this. I plan to succeed, just like I always do. That afternoon, Zane cornered me in the parking lot as I was leaving. Quinn, wait, we need to talk. I don't work here anymore, remember? Look, I know this situation is messed up, but there are a lot of people depending on this project. Employees, investors, your parents. Then maybe you should have thought about that before you let Harmony steal my work. Zane ran his hands through his hair. I tried to stop it. I told Josh this was a bad idea, but Harmony, she's very persuasive. She's very pretty, you mean? That's not what I... He stopped. Okay, yeah, maybe that's part of it. But Quinn, if this presentation fails tonight, the company goes under. Everyone loses their jobs. Including you, including me. I studied his face. He looked genuinely worried, genuinely sorry. Then you better hope Harmony's as good at presenting as she thinks she is. I got in my car and drove away, leaving him standing in the parking lot. At home, I found Mum and Dad waiting on my front porch. They were dressed for the gala. Dad in his best suit, Mum in the dress she'd worn to my college graduation. We need to talk, Dad said. About what? About how you invested in Josh's company without telling me? About how you're perfectly fine with Harmony stealing my work as long as it makes you money? That's not fair, Mum said. We invested because we believe in this project. We believe in you. You believe in Harmony. You always have. Dad stepped forward. Quinn, I'm asking you, as your father, don't make a scene tonight. Don't embarrass the family. Let Harmony do her presentation, and we'll sort out the credit issues later. Later? When? After she's built her entire career on my designs? If that's what it takes, Dad said quietly. I stared at him. This man who'd raised me, who'd supposedly loved me, was asking me to sacrifice my professional integrity for the family's financial gain. Get off my porch, I said. Quinn, get off my porch, now. They left without another word. I watched them drive away, then pulled out my phone and texted Jermaine. It's time. The story is yours. His response was immediate. I'll be there tonight. The gala was in 3 hours. I had just enough time to get ready for the show. The Marriott ballroom glittered like something out of a movie. Crystal chandeliers, white tablecloths, servers weaving between tables with champagne flutes. I'd never seen Josh's company throw an event this elaborate. I slipped in through the back entrance, wearing a simple black dress that would help me blend into the shadows. The room was packed, at least 200 people. Investors, city council members, reporters, and half the architecture community in town. Quinn! Chloe appeared at my elbow, looking stunning in navy blue. I wasn't sure you'd actually show up. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Are you okay? You look determined. At the front of the room, a massive screen displayed the Walton Vision logo. My sustainable community designs rotated in a slideshow behind it, each one labelled with Harmony's name. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future of sustainable living." Josh's voice boomed through the sound system. He stood at the podium in a tuxedo, looking more confident than I'd seen him in months. "Tonight, we're proud to present a revolutionary approach to urban development. A vision that will transform how we think about community, sustainability, and the way we live." Applause rippled through the crowd. I spotted my parents at the front table, Mum beaming with pride, Dad checking his phone. But before we begin, I want to introduce the brilliant mind behind this project. A visionary who saw what others couldn't. Please welcome the creative director of Walton Vision, my wife, Harmony Walton. The crowd erupted as Harmony glided onto the stage. She wore a stunning emerald gown that caught the light with every step. Her smile was radiant, confident, like she'd been born for this moment. "Thank you so much," she said into the microphone, her voice carrying perfectly through the room. "When I first envisioned this project, I dreamed of communities that didn't just house people, but nurtured them, spaces that worked with nature instead of against it. I felt sick. Those were my words from my original project proposal. The Walton Vision isn't just about buildings," Harmony continued. "It's about creating a legacy, a sustainable future for our children and grandchildren." More applause. Someone at a nearby table whispered, "She's incredible! So articulate!" Jermaine materialised beside me, notebook in hand. "This is really happening." "Just wait," I said. Harmony clicked to the first design slide. "Let me show you what sustainable living really looks like." The screen filled with my integrated solar design, the one I'd spent months perfecting. The audience murmured appreciatively. "This rooftop garden system doesn't just provide food for residents," Harmony explained. "It creates a micro-ecosystem that supports local wildlife while reducing the building's carbon footprint by 40%. She was reading directly from my technical notes, word for word. "Brilliant," someone behind me said. "Absolutely brilliant." I pulled out my phone and opened the presentation control app I'd installed earlier. The backup projector system was still connected to my account. "And here's my favourite innovation," Harmony said, clicking to the next slide. "Integrated rainwater collection that—" The screen flickered. Harmony paused, glancing back at the display. "Technical difficulties," she laughed. "The hazards of live presentations." The screen flickered again, then went black for a moment before displaying a new slide. This one showed my original contract, zoomed in on section 7.3. "All architectural designs, concepts, and related intellectual property created by Quinn Ford during the term of this agreement shall remain the exclusive property of Quinn Ford, with full attribution required for any public presentation or marketing materials." The room went silent. Harmony's smile faltered. "I'm sorry, there seems to be some kind of—" The next slide appeared. My resignation letter dated that morning. "After careful consideration, I've decided to withdraw from the Walton Vision project, effective immediately. Any presentation of these designs without proper attribution will constitute intellectual property theft." Murmurs started rippling through the crowd. I saw Josh frantically gesturing to someone at the back of the room, probably trying to get the AV tech to fix the malfunction. The third slide was a screenshot of Harmony's email from the night before. "I can't believe you're being so petty about this. We're family. What's happening?" someone asked loudly. The fourth slide was a side-by-side comparison, my original design files with timestamps next to the presentation slides crediting Harmony. The murmurs turned into full conversations. People were pulling out their phones, taking pictures of the screen. "Ladies and gentlemen," Harmony said, her voice shaking slightly, "there seems to be some kind of technical malfunction. If we could just—" The final slide appeared. It was simple, just text on a black background. "The Walton Vision designs were created by Quinn Ford, licensed architect. Ms. Walton has no architectural training or design experience. This presentation constitutes intellectual property theft." The room erupted. Investors were standing up, talking loudly to each other. Reporters were scribbling notes and taking photos. I saw Zane at a side table, his head in his hands. "This is—" Harmony stammered into the microphone. "This is some kind of sabotage. My sister is trying to—" "Your sister?" a voice called out from the crowd. The architect whose work you're presenting? Harmony's face went white. She looked out into the audience, searching for a friendly face, for someone to help her. Her eyes found mine. For a moment, we just stared at each other across the crowded room. 32 years of sisterhood, of competition, of being compared and measured against each other, all crystallised in that single look. Then I smiled and gave her a little wave. "Quinn!" Dad's voice cut through the chaos. He was standing at his table, pointing at me. "Quinn! Stop this right now!" But it was too late. The damage was done. The truth was out. Jermaine squeezed my arm. "Holy shit! Quinn, you actually did it!" "Yeah," I said, watching as Josh rushed onto the stage to try to salvage the situation. "I actually did." The screen went black, but the chaos continued. People were leaving, investors were demanding explanations, and somewhere in the crowd, my parents were realising that their golden child had just been exposed as a fraud. I turned and walked toward the exit, leaving the wreckage behind me. I almost made it to the exit. "Quinn Elizabeth Ford!" Dad's voice boomed across the ballroom like a thunderclap. The entire room turned to look as he strode toward me, his face purple with rage. "How dare you!" he said when he reached me. "How dare you humiliate your family like this?" "I didn't humiliate anyone," I told the truth. "You destroyed your sister's career. You destroyed Josh's company. You destroyed everything we've worked for." The crowd was watching us like we were dinner theatre. Phones were out, recording everything. I could see Jermaine scribbling furiously in his notebook. "Dad, please," I said quietly. "Let's not do this here." "No. You wanted a public spectacle. You got one. Tell me, Quinn, was it worth it? Was destroying your family worth your precious ego?" "My ego?" My voice rose despite my efforts to stay calm. "This was never about ego. This was about Harmony stealing my work. She was helping you. She was giving you opportunities you never would have had on your own." The words hit me like a physical blow. Around us, the crowd had gone completely silent. Opportunities I never would have had? Dad, I'm a licensed architect. I've won awards. I've built a career without anyone's help. A career nobody cares about. A career that doesn't matter. Harmony could have made your designs famous, could have given them the recognition they deserved, and you threw it all away because you couldn't stand to see her succeed. Succeed at what? Lying. Stealing. Mum appeared at Dad's shoulder, tears streaming down her face. "Quinn, how could you do this to us? We invested everything in this project. Everything." "You invested in a lie." "We invested in family," Dad shouted. "Something you clearly don't understand." Behind him, I could see Harmony still on the stage, surrounded by Josh and several other people who were clearly trying to do damage control. She looked small and lost, nothing like the confident woman who'd been presenting my work 5 minutes ago. "You want to know what I understand?" I said, my voice carrying across the silent ballroom. "I understand that for 32 years I've been the daughter you settled for. The smart one. The practical one. The one who cleans up everyone else's messes while Harmony gets the credit. That's not true." "It is true. When I got into MIT, you said it was nice, but not as impressive as Harmony making Homecoming Queen. When I won the Sustainable Design Award, you said it was a shame more people didn't know about it. When I started my own firm, you asked when I was going to find a husband." The crowd was completely riveted now. This wasn't just about intellectual property theft anymore. This was a family imploding in real time. But the moment you needed my skills, suddenly I mattered. Suddenly I was valuable. Until it came time to give me credit, and then I was back to being invisible. "Quinn?" Mom started. "No, Mom, I'm done. I'm done being the daughter you're embarrassed by. I'm done pretending that Harmony's success is more important than my integrity. I'm done being small so she can be big." Dad's face was getting redder. "You selfish, ungrateful." "Mr. Ford." Jermaine stepped forward, his press badge visible. "Jermaine Ray, Metro Weekly. Would you care to comment on your daughter's allegations of intellectual property theft?" Dad whirled around. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm the journalist who's been investigating this story. Your daughter Quinn provided extensive documentation of the theft, including email communications and file access logs." "There was no theft. This is a family business arrangement. A family business arrangement where one sister takes credit for another sister's professional work. Without compensation or attribution. That's not... Dad stopped, realising he was being recorded. Actually, it is exactly what happened, I said, and I have proof. Zane appeared at my elbow, looking haggard. Quinn, can we talk? Privately. Anything you want to say to me, you can say in front of everyone. He glanced around at the crowd, then back at me. The investors are pulling out. All of them. The project is dead. A collective gasp went up from the crowd. And, I said, and Josh's company is finished. We're filing for bankruptcy on Monday. Mum let out a sob. Our investment. Our retirement savings. That's not my problem, I said. It is your problem, Dad exploded. You did this. You destroyed everything. I exposed the truth. If the truth destroyed everything, maybe everything was built on lies. You're not my daughter, Dad said, his voice shaking with rage. No daughter of mine would do this to her family. The words hung in the air between us. Around us, the crowd was completely silent, waiting to see what I would say. I looked at this man who had raised me, who had taught me to ride a bike, and helped with my homework and driven me to architecture camp. This man who had just disowned me in front of 200 people because I refused to let my sister steal my life's work. Good, I said finally, because I'm tired of being your daughter. I turned and walked toward the exit. Behind me, I could hear Dad calling my name, but I didn't look back. Jermaine caught up with me in the lobby. Quinn, wait, I need a statement. You just got one, I said, pushing through the hotel doors into the cool night air. Where are you going? I looked back at the hotel, at the chaos I'd left behind, at the family I'd just lost. Home, I said. I'm going home. The story broke online before I even got home. Architect exposes sister's theft at gala presentation was trending on Twitter by midnight. The video of Dad disowning me had been viewed 50,000 times. My phone wouldn't stop ringing. Reporters, architecture firms, random people who'd seen the story. I turned it off and poured myself a very large glass of wine. The doorbell rang at 7 a.m. I opened it to find a woman in an expensive suit holding a briefcase. Quinford, I'm Sarah Martinez from Pinnacle Design Group. We need to talk. I knew Pinnacle. They were one of the most prestigious architecture firms in the country. We saw what happened last night, Sarah said, settling into my living room chair. We've been following your work for months. That sustainable community design? It's revolutionary. Thanks, but I'm not really in the mood for job interviews right now. This isn't a job interview. This is an offer. We want to buy your designs, all of them, and we want you to lead our new sustainable development division. I stared at her. You want to hire me after what happened last night? We want to hire you because of what happened last night. You stood up for your work. You refused to be silenced. That's exactly the kind of architect we need. The offer was more money than I'd ever imagined making. My own team, my own projects, my name on everything. I need to think about it, I said. Of course, but don't think too long. After last night, you're going to have a lot of offers. She was right. By noon, I'd heard from 6 different firms. My email was flooded with interview requests and collaboration offers. Chloe came over with lunch and found me staring at my laptop in disbelief. Holy shit, Quinn, look at this. She showed me her phone. Harmony's Instagram is gone, completely deleted. I pulled up social media. The backlash was brutal. Walton Vision was trending, but not in a good way. People were calling Harmony a fraud, a thief, a fake. Someone had created a meme comparing her to other famous plagiarists. This is getting out of hand, I said. Is it? She stole your work. She tried to build a career on your talent. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is Harmony. Please call me. I showed Chloe the message. Are you going to? I don't know. The phone rang. Unknown number. Quinn? Harmony's voice was barely a whisper. Please don't hang up. What do you want? I want to apologise. I want to explain. There's nothing to explain. You stole my work. I know I did. But Quinn, I'm getting death threats. People are calling me a fraud, a fake. I can't leave my house. I felt a flicker of something that might have been sympathy. That's not my fault, isn't it? You could have handled this privately. You didn't have to destroy me publicly. Like you destroyed me privately for 32 years. Silence. Harmony, you made your choice. You chose to steal my work, to take credit for my ideas, to build your reputation on my talent. Now you're facing the consequences. I'm your sister. You are my sister. Sisters don't steal from each other. I hung up. The next morning, Jermaine's article ran on the front page of Metro Weekly. The Sister in the Shadows. How family favoritism led to professional theft. It was devastating and thorough, with quotes from industry experts about intellectual property rights and the importance of attribution in creative fields. But it also included something I hadn't expected. Interviews with other architects who'd worked with me over the years, praising my innovation and integrity. Quinn Ford is one of the most talented, sustainable architects of her generation, one quote read. It's a travesty that her own family tried to erase her contributions. My phone rang. This time it was a number I recognised. Quinn, it's Zane. I know you probably don't want to talk to me, but I need to tell you something. What? Josh is facing criminal charges, fraud, intellectual property theft, investor fraud. The DA's office wants to talk to you. And I want you to know that I'm testifying on your behalf. I have emails, recordings, documentation of everything they did. I should have stopped it earlier, but I'm stopping it now. Why? Because what they did was wrong. And because you deserved better from all of us. That afternoon, I was working in my home office when the doorbell rang again. This time, it was Dad. He looked like he'd aged 10 years overnight. His hair was dishevelled, his clothes wrinkled. Can I come in? I stepped aside and let him enter. I saw the news, he said. About the criminal charges, about the bankruptcy. And I owe you an apology. A real one. I waited. I was wrong, Quinn. About everything. About dismissing your career. About favouring Harmony. About what I said at the gala. His voice cracked. You are my daughter. You've always been my daughter, and I'm proud of you. Are you? Or are you just saying that because Harmony's career is over and mine is taking off? He flinched. I deserve that. Yes, you do. I know I can't undo what I said, what I did, but I want to try to make it right. How? However you'll let me. I looked at this man who'd raised me, who'd hurt me, who was finally seeing me clearly for the first time in my life. It's going to take time, Dad. A lot of time. I have time. And it's going to take more than words. I know. And I'm never going to be the daughter who makes herself small so someone else can be big. I wouldn't want you to be. I nodded. Okay, we can try. He smiled, and for the first time in years it felt genuine. My phone buzzed with an email notification. The sender was anonymous, but the subject line made me smile. You were always the real visionary. Don't let them make you small again. I looked up at Dad, then at the job offers spread across my desk, then at the future stretching out in front of me. For the first time in my life, I wasn't living in anyone's shadow, and it felt like coming home.
Enjoy being a slumlord! Zuriel's cackle echoed through the courthouse hallway like nails on a chalkboard. She clutched Wayne's arm, her perfectly manicured fingers digging into his expensive suit jacket as they watched me sign the final papers. My name is Savannah Wells, and I was about to become the proud owner of the most worthless piece of real estate in downtown. At least that's what they thought. You sure you want to do this, honey? Wayne's voice dripped with fake concern. That building's been condemned twice. The foundation's probably shot to hell. I looked up from the documents, meeting his eyes for the first time in months. I'm sure. Your funeral, Zuriel muttered, then louder. Come on, Wayne, let's go celebrate. Natasha's waiting at the club. The lawyer cleared his throat. Mrs. Wells, you understand you're accepting full responsibility for all liens, code violations, and structural issues? I understand perfectly. Wayne shook his head, that same patronizing smile I'd fallen for 8 years ago. You always were too stubborn for your own good, Savannah. Remember when you insisted on that ugly kitchen backsplash? This is just like that, except it'll cost you everything. At least I won't have to look at your face every morning. Zuriel gasped dramatically. Well, I never! No, you probably haven't, I shot back, standing up. Thanks for the building. I'll send you a postcard from my new penthouse. They laughed. Actually laughed. Wayne wiped his eyes like I'd told the funniest joke he'd ever heard. Penthouse, he wheezed. Good one, Savannah. You'll be lucky if that rat trap doesn't collapse on your head. I gathered my papers and walked out without another word. Behind me, I heard Zuriel stage whisper, "Poor thing's completely delusional. Wayne, darling, we should probably have her committed." The October air hit my face like a slap. I stood on the courthouse steps, watching Wayne help his mother into his BMW. The same car I'd helped him pick out 3 years ago. The same car where I'd found Natasha's earring under the passenger seat. My phone buzzed. A text from my sister Lucia. "Heard about the settlement. Call me." I deleted it without responding. 20 minutes later, I stood in front of my new property. The Meridian Building. 5 stories of crumbling brick and broken dreams. Graffiti covered the ground floor windows, and half the fire escape hung at a dangerous angle. A homeless man slept in the doorway, surrounded by shopping bags. "Excuse me?" I said gently. He looked up with cloudy eyes. "Building's empty, lady. Nothing worth stealing." "I know. I own it now." He laughed, a sound like grinding gears. "You and half the city, probably. Good luck with that." I stepped over a pile of broken glass and pushed open the front door. The hinges screamed in protest. Inside, the lobby was a disaster. Water stains covered the walls like abstract art, and chunks of plaster littered the floor. The elevator doors hung open, revealing a shaft filled with debris. But I saw something else. Something Wayne and Zuriel couldn't see because they'd never bothered to learn what I did for a living. The bones were good, solid. The crown molding, though damaged, was original. The marble floors, buried under years of grime, were salvageable. The windows were tall and perfectly positioned to catch the morning light. I pulled out my phone and took pictures, documenting every corner, every detail. My structural engineering degree wasn't just for show. I knew what I was looking at. A sound from the stairwell made me freeze. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. "Hello?" I called out. Silence. I climbed to the second floor, my heels echoing in the empty space. More damage, but the same solid foundation, the same potential. On the 3rd floor, I found it. A small office with a view of the river. Through the dirt-caked windows, I could see the new convention center going up across the street. The hotel construction 2 blocks down, the coffee shops and boutiques slowly creeping into the neighborhood. Wayne thought he'd stuck me with a worthless building in a dead part of town. He had no idea what was coming. My phone buzzed again. This time, it wasn't Lucia. The envelope was manila, unmarked, slipped under my car's windshield wiper. Inside, a single sheet of paper with the city seal at the top and 1 line of text. City Council meeting, November 15th, agenda. Item 7, Downtown Revitalization Initiative. I looked up at the building, then back at the paper. Someone knew. Someone wanted me to know. I smiled for the first time in months. 3 weeks later, I was living on ramen noodles in spite. My savings account looked like a phone number with too many zeros on the wrong side of the decimal point. "Aunt Savannah, you look like garbage," Remy announced, barging into my studio apartment without knocking. At 16, my niece had mastered the art of brutal honesty. "Thanks, kiddo. Really what I needed to hear today." She flopped onto my couch, which was also my dining room table and office chair. "Mom's worried about you. She thinks you're having a breakdown." "Your mom thinks a lot of things." "She also thinks you should apologize to Wayne and ask for alimony." I nearly choked on my instant coffee. "She what?" Her exact words were, "Savannah needs to swallow her pride before she ends up homeless." I'm not homeless. I have a building. A building with no heat, no electricity, and probably asbestos. The asbestos report came back clean, actually. Remy raised an eyebrow. "You got an asbestos report? That costs like $2,000. "It was worth it." I pulled out my laptop, showing her the photos I'd been organizing. Look at these architectural details, the original hardwood under all that carpet, the tin ceilings. It looks like a crack house, Aunt Savannah. It looks like potential. My phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Savannah? It's Winston Miller. We worked together on the Morrison project? I sat up straighter. Winston was a city planner, someone I'd collaborated with on a bridge renovation 2 years ago. Winston, hi. What's up? I was wondering if you wanted to grab lunch. I heard about your, situation. Thought you might want to chat about some opportunities. What kind of opportunities? The kind better discussed over sandwiches. You free today? An hour later, I sat across from Winston at a tiny cafe downtown. He looked nervous, constantly checking his phone and glancing around like we were conducting a drug deal. So, he said, cutting his sandwich into precise triangles, I heard you acquired some property in the Meridian district. News travels fast. Small town, big mouths. He leaned forward. Have you looked into preservation grants? For what? The building's not historically significant, isn't it? Winston pulled out his phone, scrolling through photos. I did some digging. The Meridian building was headquarters for the Freedom Coalition in 1963. Civil rights organizing happened in that building, Savannah. Important stuff. My heart started racing. How important? Important enough for federal preservation money. If someone were to apply for the right grants, document the history properly. He shrugged. Could be looking at serious funding. Why are you telling me this? Winston's smile was cryptic. Let's just say I believe in second chances, and I think some people deserve to win for once. What aren't you telling me? Nothing you need to worry about. Just, if I were you, I'd get those grant applications in soon. Things are moving fast in that neighborhood. After lunch, I drove straight to the building. The homeless man was gone, but someone had left fresh graffiti on the front door. Condemned in dripping red letters. I was scrubbing it off when a car pulled up. A city vehicle. Ma'am, you can't be here. The code enforcement officer was young, maybe 25, with the kind of mustache that screamed, trying too hard. I own this building. Not for long if you don't address these violations. He handed me a thick envelope. You've got 30 days to bring everything up to code, or we're condemning it. I tore open the envelope. The list was 3 pages long: new electrical, new plumbing, structural reinforcement, fire safety systems. The estimated cost made my stomach drop. This is impossible. No one could fix all this in 30 days. Not my problem, lady. City's cracking down on slumlords. I'm not a slumlord. Sure you're not. He climbed back into his car. 30 days. I stood there holding the papers, watching him drive away. The wind picked up, scattering leaves around my feet. A few blocks away, I could see construction cranes working on the new developments Winston had mentioned. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Saw the news about your building. Congratulations on your new money pit. W. Wayne. Of course. I was typing back a response when another car pulled up. This one I recognized, Lucia's minivan. She rolled down the window. Get in. I'm busy. Savannah, get in the damn car. We need to talk. I climbed into the passenger seat. Lucia looked tired, older than her 37 years. Remy told me about your lunch with Winston. So you're playing with fire? Winston Miller's been under investigation for 3 months. Bribery, kickbacks, the whole thing. My blood went cold. What? Whatever he told you, whatever he's promised, it's not worth it. Walk away from this building before it destroys you. I can't walk away. Why? Because of Wayne? Because of pride? Because it's all I have left. Lucia was quiet for a long moment. No, it's not. You have family. You have people who love you. Do I? Because it feels like everyone's just waiting for me to fail so they can say, I told you so. That's not fair. Isn't it? I opened the car door. Thanks for the warning about Winston. I'll handle it. "Savannah," I said, "I'll handle it." I slammed the door and walked back to the building. Behind me, I heard Lucia drive away. The violation notice crumpled in my fist as I stared up at the broken windows. 30 days. It might as well have been 30 minutes. But as I stood there, something caught my eye. A small historical marker, so covered in grime I'd missed it before. I scraped away the dirt with my fingernail. Meridian Building, 1963. Historic Civil Rights Organizing Site. Winston was right. The building was historically significant. And if it was historically significant, there were rules about condemning it. Rules that might just buy me the time I needed. The city archives smelled like old paper and broken dreams. I'd been there since opening, digging through boxes of documents from the 1960s. My back ached and my eyes burned, but I'd found gold. "Excuse me," I called to the librarian. "I need copies of all these documents." She looked at the stack I'd assembled. Meeting minutes, newspaper clippings, photographs of protesters gathered outside the Meridian Building. "That's going to be expensive." "How expensive?" $200 for this many copies. I handed over my credit card and prayed it wouldn't get declined. An hour later, I sat in my car outside the building, organizing everything into folders. The evidence was overwhelming. The Freedom Coalition had operated out of the third floor for 2 years. They'd organized the bus boycotts, the lunch counter sit-ins, the voter registration drives. Martin Luther King Jr. had spoken there twice. My phone rang. "Savannah Wells." "Ms. Wells, this is Margaret from the State Historic Preservation Office. I understand you're interested in nominating a property?" "The Meridian Building, yes. I have documentation." "I'm afraid there's been a complication. We received a complaint that the building is structurally unsound. We can't process historic nominations for condemned properties." My stomach dropped. "The building isn't condemned yet." "According to our records, condemnation proceedings began yesterday." "That's impossible. I have 30 days. "I'm sorry, Miss Wells. Perhaps you should speak with the city." She hung up. I stared at my phone, then at the building. Someone was moving fast to shut me down. I was still sitting there when Wayne's BMW pulled up. He got out wearing a smug expression and a $1,000 suit. "Savannah, what a pleasant surprise." "What do you want, Wayne?" "Just checking on my investment." He gestured at the building. "I heard you're having some trouble with the city." "How did you hear that?" "Small town, remember? Word gets around." He walked closer to my car. "You know, I feel bad about how things ended. Maybe we can work something out." "Like what?" "I'll buy the building from you. Take it off your hands. You can walk away with enough money to start over somewhere else." "How much?" $50,000. I laughed. I paid more than that in divorce settlement. That was before the condemnation notice, before the violation citations, before the city decided to crack down on slumlords. His smile was razor sharp. $50,000 is generous considering. Considering what? Considering what's going to happen to people who don't play ball with the city's development plans. The threat was clear. I got out of my car, standing close enough to smell his expensive cologne. "You know what, Wayne? You're right. I should have listened to you from the beginning." His eyebrows shot up. "Really?" "Really. You always were smarter than me. Better at reading people, better at making deals." I stepped closer. "That's why I'm so curious about something." "What?" "If this building is such a worthless piece of garbage, why are you so eager to buy it back?" His smile faltered for just a second. "I told you, I feel bad." "Bullshit. You've never felt bad about anything in your life. You want this building for a reason." I pulled out my phone, showing him the historical documents. "Maybe the same reason someone's trying to fast-track the condemnation." Wayne's face went pale. "Where did you get those?" "Public records. Amazing what you can find when you actually look." I scrolled through the photos. The Meridian Building, historic civil rights headquarters, federal preservation money, prime real estate in an up-and-coming neighborhood. "You don't know what you're talking about." Don't I? Tell me, Wayne, what did you and your mother know about the downtown development plans when you insisted I take this building? Nothing. We knew nothing. Then why are you here? Why the sudden interest in helping your ex-wife? Wayne stepped back, his composure cracking. You're paranoid, Savannah. You always were. Am I? Or did you and Zuriel think you were pulling the con of the century? Stick the stupid wife with the worthless building while you cash in on the development boom? That's insane, is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you made a mistake. You thought I was too dumb to see the potential, too broken to fight back. I smiled. Congratulations, Wayne. You played yourself. He was quiet for a long moment, staring at the building. When he spoke again, his voice was different, harder. You have no idea what you're up against. Enlighten me. The people behind this development don't mess around. They want this block, and they're going to get it, with or without your cooperation. Let them try. I'm serious, Savannah. Walk away, take the $50,000 and disappear. Or what? Wayne looked at me like he was seeing me for the first time. Or you'll lose everything, and I mean everything. He got back in his car and drove away, leaving me standing on the sidewalk with my heart pounding. I was still processing the conversation when I heard voices from inside the building, male voices speaking in low tones. I crept to the front door and peered through the broken glass. 2 men in hard hats were walking through the lobby, taking pictures and making notes. They weren't city inspectors. Their equipment was too expensive, their clothes too clean. One of them was on the phone. Yeah, the structural damage is worse than we thought. Foundation's completely shot. We're talking full demolition. I backed away from the door, my mind racing. They were documenting problems that didn't exist, building a case for condemnation. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Stop digging or you'll get buried. I looked up at the building, then at my car, then at the street where Wayne had just been. The pieces were falling into place, and the picture they formed made my blood run cold. But it also made me angry, angrier than I'd ever been in my life. They thought they could intimidate me, thought they could steal my building and my future. They had no idea who they were dealing with. I pulled out my phone and started making calls. If they wanted to play dirty, I'd show them what dirty really looked like. Winston answered on the first ring. Savannah, I was hoping you'd call. We need to talk, now. I can't meet in public, too risky. Then where? Riverside Park, the old pavilion, 20 minutes. I found him sitting on a bench, feeding ducks with stale bread. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. You look terrible, I said, sitting down beside him. Thanks. You too. He tossed another piece of bread into the water. I heard about your building inspection yesterday. You mean the fake inspection? The one where they documented problems that don't exist? Winston's hand froze halfway to the bag. How do you know they were fake? Because I'm a structural engineer, Winston. I know what foundation damage looks like, and my building doesn't have it. He was quiet for a long moment. You're in deeper than I thought. How deep are you in? Deep enough to lose my job, maybe my freedom. He looked at me sideways. The corruption goes all the way to the top, Savannah. City Council, Planning Commission, Code Enforcement. They're all getting paid. By who? Development Consortium. They want that whole block for a luxury shopping complex. Your building's the last holdout. So they're manufacturing violations to force me out? Among other things. Winston pulled out his phone, scrolling through photos. Look at this. The screen showed bank records, payment receipts, email chains, names I recognized from City Hall, amounts that made my head spin. Where did you get these? I've been documenting everything for months. Insurance policy. He put the phone away. But it won't matter if you don't have the building to fight for. What do you mean? Your grant application was denied this morning, officially due to structural concerns, unofficially because someone made a phone call. My heart sank. The preservation grant was my only shot at getting the money for repairs. Not your only shot. Winston stood up, brushing crumbs off his pants. There's another way, but it's risky. I'm listening. Go public. Make noise. Get people talking about the building's history, the corruption, all of it. Sometimes public pressure is the only thing that works. How do I do that? You know that blogger Chelsea, the one who writes about local drama? I groaned. Chelsea West? She's a gossip vulture. She's also got 50,000 followers and a talent for making things go viral. If you can get her interested in your story, she'll turn it into a circus. Maybe. But circuses get attention, and attention makes it harder for people to do shady things in the dark. An hour later, I was sitting in Chelsea's cluttered apartment, watching her eyes light up as I told my story. This is incredible, she said, typing furiously on her laptop. Corrupt city officials, development conspiracies, a woman fighting back against her ex-husband's schemes. My readers are going to eat this up. I need you to focus on the historical significance, the civil rights angle. Oh, honey, that's just the appetizer. The main course is the revenge story, bitter divorce, evil mother-in-law, the works. She looked up from her screen. Tell me about Zuriel. What about her? Is it true she made you sign a prenup that left you with nothing? How did you... I have sources. Is it true she called you barren at the divorce hearing? The memory hit like a punch to the gut. That's not relevant to the building. Everything's relevant, sweetie. This is about more than preservation grants. This is about justice. Chelsea spent the next hour grilling me about every detail of my marriage, my divorce, my relationship with Wayne's family. By the time I left, I felt like I'd been through a blender. But her blog post went live that evening, and within hours, my phone was ringing nonstop. Savannah Wells, this is Channel 7 News. We'd like to interview you about your building. Ms. Wells, this is the Tribune. Can you comment on the allegations of city corruption? Savannah, it's Joseph Mann from Mann Development. I think we should talk. Joseph Mann. I knew that name. He was one of the biggest developers in the city, the kind of guy who built shopping centers and office complexes. Mr. Mann, I'm not interested in selling. I'm not interested in buying. I'm interested in partnering. What kind of partnership? The kind where we restore your building properly and make a lot of money doing it. But I need to see permits within a week, or I walk. A week? That's impossible with all the violations. Figure it out. The city's going to be under a microscope now, thanks to your blogger friend. Use that pressure to your advantage. He hung up, leaving me staring at my phone. A week to get permits that had been systematically blocked for months. I was still processing the conversation when Remy burst through my door. Aunt Savannah, you're famous! She held up her phone, showing me Chelsea's blog post. It had been shared over 1,000 times. Great, just what I needed. Are you kidding? This is amazing! Look at the comments. People are furious about the corruption. They're organizing protests, calling City Hall, demanding investigations. She was right. The comments section was a firestorm of outrage. People sharing their own stories of city corruption, calling for heads to roll, demanding justice. There's more, Remy said, scrolling down. Someone posted financial records. Look. My blood went cold. The records showed massive debt in Wayne's name, credit cards, business loans, a second mortgage on the house I'd helped him buy. He's broke, I whispered. Worse than broke. He owes like $2 million. Remy looked up at me. Aunt Savannah, what if the building wasn't about screwing you over? What if it was about saving himself? The pieces clicked into place. Wayne wasn't trying to punish me. He was trying to get rid of a liability before his creditors found out about it. The building, with all its violations and problems, was a debt he couldn't afford. But now, with the development plans public and the historical significance documented, that same building was worth a fortune. My phone buzzed, another unknown number. You should have taken the 50,000. Now you'll get nothing. The line went dead. I looked at Remy, then at my phone, then at the laptop showing Chelsea's viral blog post. Actually, I said, I think I'm about to get everything. The next morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls and 43 text messages. Chelsea's blog post had exploded overnight. Savannah, you need to see this. Remy was already at my kitchen table, laptop open, looking like she'd been up all night. What now? Someone leaked Wayne and Zuriel's tax records. Look at this. The screen showed documents I'd never seen before. Shell companies, offshore accounts, charitable donations that went nowhere. The Griffin family's philanthropy was a money laundering operation. Where did these come from? Anonymous tip to Chelsea, posted at 3 a.m. with a note, the truth about the Griffin family charity scam. My phone rang. Chelsea. Savannah, have you seen the news? This is huge. I'm looking at it now. Not the tax records. Turn on Channel 7. I grabbed the remote. The morning news was running a segment about city corruption, with my building featured prominently. But that wasn't what made my blood freeze. Wayne was on screen, standing outside his office building, surrounded by reporters. These allegations are completely false, and he was saying. My family has donated millions to local charities. This is clearly a vindictive attack by my ex-wife. Mr. Griffin, a reporter called out, can you explain these financial discrepancies in your foundation's records? No comment. What about the allegations that you manipulated the divorce settlement to avoid debt collectors? Wayne's face went red. This interview is over. He pushed through the crowd, but not before the camera caught something that made me sit up straight. Zuriel was in the background, arguing with a man in an expensive suit. Even through the TV, I could see she was panicked. Remy, can you rewind that? She backed up the footage. There, clear as day, was Zuriel handing the man an envelope. He shook his head, said something that made her face go white, and walked away. Who is that guy? Remy asked. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. An hour later, I was sitting in Joseph Mann's office, trying not to look intimidated by the floor-to-ceiling windows and marble everything. You've caused quite a stir, he said, not looking up from his computer. That wasn't my intention. Wasn't it? He finally met my eyes. You leak financial records, expose corruption, turn your ex-husband into a public enemy, and you're telling me it was an accident? I didn't leak anything. Right. And I suppose you don't know anything about the anonymous tip that brought down 3 city council members this morning? My heart skipped. What? Joseph turned his monitor around. The headline read, City Council members resign amid corruption scandal. Your blogger friend has been busy. Seems someone's been feeding her information all night. Bank records, email chains, recorded phone calls. He leaned back in his chair. Whoever your source is, they're thorough. I told you I don't know anything about... Savannah. His voice was sharp. I don't care who's helping you. I care about results. Can you get permits for your building or not? With half the planning commission under investigation? Probably. Probably isn't good enough. I need guarantees. Then give me more than a week. Can't do it. The market's moving too fast. Every day we wait, property values go up. Every day you're in the news, more developers circle the block. He stood up. 1 week, or I find another project. I left his office feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. 1 week to navigate a bureaucracy and chaos, get permits that had been blocked for months, and somehow prove I could handle a multi-million-dollar development project. My phone rang as I reached my car. Lucia. We need to talk. Now. I'm busy. Remy's missing. My blood went cold. What do you mean missing? She didn't come home last night. Her bed wasn't slept in. I found her laptop open to those financial records you've been spreading around. I haven't been spreading anything. Bullshit, Savannah. My daughter is involved in whatever game you're playing, and now she's gone. I was already starting my car. Where are you? Home. And Savannah, if something happens to my daughter because of your revenge fantasy, I will never forgive you. She hung up. I drove to Lucia's house going 20 over the speed limit, my mind racing through possibilities. None of them were good. Lucia met me at the door, her face streaked with tears. The police won't do anything for 24 hours. They say she's probably just acting out. Have you called her friends? All of them. No one's seen her since yesterday afternoon. We went up to Remy's room. Her laptop was still open, browser history showing hours of research into Wayne and Zuriel's finances. But there was something else, a chat window I didn't recognize. What's this? I clicked on it. The conversation made my stomach drop. Someone had been messaging Remy, asking about her family, about me, about what she knew. The last message was time-stamped at 11 p.m. the night before. Meet me at the usual place. I have something that will help your aunt. Lucia, who is Deep Throat 47. I don't know. Remy never mentioned anyone by that name. I scrolled through the messages, looking for clues. Then I found it, a reference to the building where it all started. She's at the Meridian building. We drove there in silence, both of us imagining the worst. The building looked the same as always, broken, abandoned, dangerous. But Remy's bike was chained to a lamppost outside. "Remy!" Lucia called out as we ran toward the entrance. "Up here!" The voice came from the third floor. We climbed the stairs 2 at a time, Lucia sobbing with relief. We found Remy in the same office where I'd discovered the historical marker, sitting at a folding table with a laptop and stacks of papers. "What the hell are you doing?" Lucia demanded. "Helping Aunt Savannah win?" Remy looked up with a grin. "You're not going to believe what I found." She turned the laptop screen toward us. It showed bank records, email chains, recorded phone calls, everything that had been leaked to Chelsea overnight. "Remy," I said slowly, "where did you get all this?" "Wayne's office computer. Turns out he never changed his passwords after the divorce. Still uses your anniversary date for everything." Lucia and I stared at each other, then at Remy. "You hacked into Wayne's computer?" "Technically, I just logged in with his password. That's not hacking." She looked proud of herself. "I've been gathering evidence for weeks. Every dirty deal, every bribe, every lie. It's all here." "Remy, this is illegal." "So is corruption. So is fraud. So is trying to steal Aunt Savannah's building." She stood up, looking more like an adult than a teenager. "They started this war. I'm just helping her finish it." My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Your niece is very resourceful. It would be a shame if something happened to her." I showed the message to Lucia. Her face went white. "We need to call the police." "No," I said. "We need to end this. Tonight. We're getting Remy out of here. Now!" I grabbed her laptop and papers, shoving them into a backpack. "Aunt Savannah, I'm not leaving. This is too important. Your safety is more important." "Is it? Because if we don't finish this, they'll just find another way to hurt us." Remy's voice was steady, determined. "I'm 16, not 6. I know what I'm doing." Lucia grabbed her daughter's arm. "We're going home. End of discussion." "Mom, listen to me. I found something else. Something that changes everything." She pulled up a new file on her laptop. "Construction permits, dated 6 months ago, for the entire block surrounding my building. They've been planning this for months," Remy said. "Wayne knew about the development before the divorce was even final. Look at the dates." The permits were signed 3 weeks before our settlement hearing. Wayne had known exactly what he was doing when he insisted I take the building. He was going to let me get stuck with all the violations, then buy it back for pennies when I couldn't afford the repairs, I said. "Except the development got delayed," Remy continued, clicking through more documents. "Environmental concerns, permit challenges, funding issues. Wayne's been bleeding money trying to keep his investors happy." My phone rang. Winston. "Savannah, where are you?" "At the building." "Why?" "Get out. Now. There's a police car heading your way." What? Why would someone called in a break-in? Anonymous tip said you were vandalizing the property. I looked out the window. Red and blue lights were already visible down the street. Remy, pack up everything. We're leaving. There's no time, Lucia said, looking panicked. They're already here. The police car pulled up outside. 2 officers got out, flashlights in hand. Back exit, I said. Through the alley. We made it to the ground floor when the front door opened. Police, anyone in here? I motioned for Lucia and Remy to stay quiet. We crept toward the back of the building, but one of the officers was already coming around the side. There, he called out. 3 subjects fleeing the scene. Run, I told Remy. We scattered. Lucia and Remy went left toward the parking garage. I went right, drawing the officers away from them. My heels weren't made for running, but adrenaline carried me 3 blocks before I ducked into an all-night diner. My phone was buzzing nonstop. Texts, calls, voicemails. I ignored them all and ordered coffee with shaking hands. Rough night? The waitress asked. You could say that. 20 minutes later, Lucia slid into the booth across from me. Remy's safe. I dropped her at my sister's house. Good. Did she get the laptop? She got everything. Lucia's voice was cold. Savannah, this has to stop. It's almost over. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're just getting started. The police, the threats, dragging my daughter into your war with Wayne. I didn't drag her into anything. She chose to help. She's 16. She doesn't understand the consequences. Neither did I when Wayne and Zuriel decided to destroy my life. Lucia leaned forward. Listen to yourself. You sound exactly like them. Vindictive, obsessed, willing to hurt anyone who gets in your way. That's not fair, isn't it? You've turned this into a crusade. You don't care who gets hurt as long as you win. Before I could respond, my phone rang. Joseph Mann. Savannah, we have a problem. What kind of problem? The kind where someone just filed an injunction to stop all development on your block, effective immediately. My heart sank. Who filed it? Anonymous Environmental Group. Claims the building contains hazardous materials that need extensive testing before any work can begin. That's impossible. I had it tested. Doesn't matter. The injunction stands until a judge reviews it. Could take months. Joseph, I need more time. Time's up. I'm out. He hung up. I stared at my phone, watching my last hope disappear. What was that about? Lucia asked. My development partner just walked away. Maybe that's for the best. How is that for the best? Without him, I can't afford the renovations. Without the renovations, the city condemns the building. I lose everything. You still have your family. Do I? Because it feels like everyone's just waiting for me to fail. Lucia was quiet for a long moment. You know what your problem is, Savannah? You think this is about winning and losing, but some fights aren't worth winning. She stood up to leave, then turned back. Remy found something else tonight, something she didn't show you. What? Wayne's medical records. He's sick, Savannah. Really sick. Cancer. Stage 3. The words hit me like a physical blow. What? The debt, the desperate schemes, the rushed timeline. It's not about greed. It's about medical bills. He's trying to secure his family's future before he dies. She walked away, leaving me alone in the diner with coffee going cold and a world that suddenly looked very different. My phone buzzed. Another anonymous text. Last warning. Walk away or lose everything you have left. I looked around the empty diner, at the fluorescent lights and cracked vinyl booths, at my reflection in the dark window, hollow-eyed and exhausted. Maybe Lucia was right. Maybe some fights weren't worth winning. But as I sat there, another text came through. This one from Remy. Don't give up, Aunt Savannah. I believe in you. I finished my coffee and walked back into the night. The building was dark, surrounded by police tape, but it was still mine, and I wasn't done fighting for it. 3 days later, I woke up to my phone exploding with notifications. The environmental injunction had been overturned overnight, and the city had fast-tracked my building permits. Every violation that had been blocking me for months was suddenly resolved. "Savannah, turn on the news!" Chelsea's voice was breathless with excitement. I fumbled for the remote. Channel 7 was running a breaking news segment about the downtown development project. The reporter stood in front of my building, which was now surrounded by construction equipment and news vans. City officials announced this morning that the Meridian District redevelopment project will move forward immediately, with the historic Meridian building serving as the centerpiece of a $50 million revitalization effort. My mouth fell open. $50 million. The building, owned by local engineer Savannah Wells, has been appraised at $12 million following the discovery of its historical significance and prime location in the city's newest cultural district. $12 million. The building Wayne had forced me to take for practically nothing was worth $12 million. My phone rang. Joseph Mann. "Congratulations, Savannah. You just became a very wealthy woman." "Joseph, I thought you were out." "I was, until the market exploded overnight. Property values in your neighborhood just tripled. I'm back in, if you'll have me." "What changed?" "The mayor held a press conference this morning, announced the city's new cultural preservation initiative. Your building is the flagship project." I was still processing this when another call came in. Wayne. "Savannah, we need to talk. I'm busy. Please, it's important." Something in his voice made me pause. He sounded broken. "Fine, 20 minutes. The coffee shop on 5th Street. I found him sitting in a corner booth, looking like he'd aged 10 years in a week. His expensive suit was wrinkled, his hair uncombed. Dark circles under his eyes made him look hollow. "You look terrible," I said, sitting down. "I feel worse." He stared at his untouched coffee. "I suppose you're here to gloat." "Actually, I'm here because you said it was important." "It is." He looked up at me, and I saw something I'd never seen before in Wayne's eyes. Fear. "I need your help." "My help?" "The media attention, the investigation, it's all falling apart. The development consortium is pulling out. My investors are demanding their money back. I'm going to lose everything." "And you want me to do what about it?" "Partner with me. We split the building 50-50. Use your permits, my connections. We can both win." I laughed. "You're kidding, right? After everything you've done?" "I know I hurt you. I know I was wrong. But Savannah, I'm desperate." "Why should I care?" Wayne was quiet for a long moment. "Because I'm dying." The words hung in the air between us. I'd known this was coming, thanks to Remy's discovery, but hearing him say it out loud was different. "How long?" I asked. 6 months, maybe less." His voice cracked. "The medical bills are crushing me. I mortgaged everything to pay for treatment. If I lose the house, Zuriel will have nothing." "What about Natasha?" "Gone. Left the day the news broke about the corruption scandal. Took her engagement ring and disappeared." I studied his face, looking for signs of manipulation, but all I saw was a broken man facing his own mortality. "Wayne, I'm sorry about the cancer. I really am. But I can't help you." "Why not?" "Because you made your choices. You chose to lie, to cheat, to try to destroy me. You chose to put your mother's greed above our marriage. You chose to saddle me with what you thought was a worthless building while you planned to cash in on development deals. I was trying to protect my family by destroying mine." Wayne slumped in his chair. "I never meant for it to go this far." "Yes, you did. You and Zuriel planned every detail. The divorce settlement, the building, the violations. You thought you were so smart, playing the long game while I was too stupid to see it coming." "You're right. We did plan it." His admission was barely a whisper. "But the development got delayed. The investors got impatient. Everything started falling apart. And now you want me to save you?" "I want us to save each other." I stood up. There is no us, Wayne. There hasn't been for a long time. Savannah, please. Goodbye, Wayne. I walked out of the coffee shop and straight into a crowd of reporters. Cameras flashed. Microphones were shoved in my face. Miss Wells, how does it feel to own the most valuable building in the city? What are your plans for the development? Is it true you're worth over $10 million now? I pushed through the crowd to my car, but one reporter's question stopped me cold. Ms. Wells, what's your response to allegations that you've been manipulating city officials and media coverage to drive up your property value? I turned around. What allegations? Zuriel Griffin held a press conference this morning. She claims you've been orchestrating a conspiracy to defraud the city and destroy her family. My blood went cold. Even facing financial ruin, Zuriel was still fighting. She's also filed a lawsuit claiming the building rightfully belongs to her son's estate and that you obtained it through fraud. The cameras kept flashing as I got in my car and drove away, but I could see the headlines already forming. The narrative was shifting. I wasn't the victim anymore. I was the villain. My phone rang. Chelsea. Savannah, we have a problem. Zuriel's story is going viral. She's claiming you're the real criminal in all this. That's ridiculous. Is it? Because some of the evidence she's presenting is pretty convincing. Bank records showing suspicious transfers, emails that look like bribes, recorded phone calls that sound like conspiracy. Those are all fake. Maybe, but the public doesn't know that. And there's something else. She's claiming Wayne is dying and you're trying to steal his legacy. I pulled over, my hands shaking. Chelsea, you know the truth. You've seen the evidence. I know what you've shown me, but Zuriel's got her own evidence now, and her story is simpler, more sympathetic. Dying man betrayed by vindictive ex-wife. The line went quiet. Then Chelsea spoke again, her voice careful. Savannah, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. Did you manipulate any of this? The permits, the media coverage, the investigation? No, I fought back, but I didn't. Because if you did, if any of this was orchestrated, it's going to come out. And when it does, you'll lose everything. She hung up, leaving me sitting in my car, watching my victory turn to ash. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Checkmate. The next morning, I stood in front of the Meridian building, wearing a hard hat and my best suit, surrounded by reporters and construction crews. The groundbreaking ceremony was supposed to be my moment of triumph, but all I could think about was Zuriel's lawsuit and the doubt I'd seen in Chelsea's eyes. Ms. Wells, a reporter called out, how do you respond to allegations that you manipulated city officials? I respond by letting my work speak for itself. I gestured to the building behind me. This isn't about revenge or manipulation. It's about preserving history and revitalizing our community. What about your ex-husband's claims that you're stealing his family's legacy? Before I could answer, a commotion erupted at the back of the crowd. Wayne was pushing through the reporters, looking desperate and wild-eyed. Savannah, I need to talk to you. Security moved to intercept him, but I held up my hand. Let him through. Wayne stumbled forward, clutching a manila envelope. I have something you need to see. Wayne, this isn't the time. It's evidence about my mother, about what she's been doing. His voice was loud enough for the microphones to pick up. She's been lying about everything. The reporters sensed blood in the water. Cameras swiveled toward Wayne as he opened the envelope with shaking hands. These are the real financial records, he said, pulling out documents. My mother's been embezzling from our foundation for years. The corruption, the bribes, the fake evidence against Savannah, it was all her. Zuriel appeared at the edge of the crowd, her face white with rage. Wayne, what are you doing? What I should have done months ago. He turned to face her, his voice carrying across the silent crowd. Tell them the truth, Mother. Tell them how you forged those documents, how you bribed the code inspector, how you tried to frame Savannah for crimes you committed. You're sick, Wayne. The cancer has affected your judgment. The cancer has clarified my judgment. His voice cracked with emotion. I'm dying, and I won't spend my last months covering for your crimes. Zuriel's composure finally shattered. You ungrateful child. Everything I did was for you, for our family. You destroyed our family. You destroyed my marriage. You turned me into someone I hate. Wayne's shoulders shook with sobs. I loved Savannah, and you made me betray her because you were too greedy to let her have anything. The crowd was dead silent. Even the reporters had stopped asking questions, transfixed by the family drama unfolding before them. Wayne, I said softly, stepping toward him. He looked at me with tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, Savannah. I'm so sorry for everything. You deserved better than what we did to you. I know. Can you ever forgive me? I looked at this broken man who had once been my husband, who had hurt me so deeply I'd spent months plotting revenge. The anger was still there, but it felt smaller now, less important. I forgive you, Wayne. He nodded, then turned to the reporters. My ex-wife is innocent of all charges. The building is rightfully hers. She earned it through her own intelligence and hard work, not through any conspiracy. Wayne, shut up, Zuriel hissed, but it was too late. A reporter stepped forward. Mrs. Griffin, do you have a response to these allegations? Zuriel looked around at the cameras, at the crowd, at her son who had just destroyed her. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for her. No comment, she said finally, then turned and walked away. The press conference continued, but the focus had shifted. Instead of questions about corruption and manipulation, reporters wanted to know about my plans for the building, my vision for the neighborhood, my background as an engineer. The Meridian building represents more than just historic preservation, I said, finding my voice again. It represents the power of second chances, the importance of fighting for what you believe in, even when everyone tells you to give up. What's next for you, Ms. Wells? I looked up at the building, then at the construction crews waiting to begin work. We're going to restore this building to its former glory. We're going to create affordable housing, community spaces, and a museum dedicated to the civil rights leaders who once worked here. We're going to prove that sometimes the underdog really can win. The crowd applauded. Cameras flashed. I felt the weight of the hard hat on my head and smiled. After the reporters left, I found Wayne sitting on the front steps of the building, staring at the construction equipment. How are you feeling? I asked, sitting beside him. Lighter, like I can finally breathe again. He looked at me sideways. What you said about second chances, do you think I have one? I think you just took it. What about us? Is there any chance? No, Wayne, that part of our story is over, but maybe we can write a better ending. He nodded, understanding. Will you visit me when things get bad? If you want me to. I'd like that. My phone buzzed, a text from Remy. Saw the news. You're officially the coolest aunt ever. Another from Lucia. I'm proud of you for forgiving him, for being the bigger person. And one from Chelsea. Girl, you just gave me the story of the year. Drinks tonight? I stood up, brushing dust off my suit. Wayne, I have to go. I have a building to renovate. Savannah? He looked up at me. Thank you for giving me the chance to do the right thing. Thank you for taking it. I walked toward my car, past the construction crews and the news vans, and the building that had changed everything. My phone was already ringing with calls from investors, architects, and city officials who wanted to be part of the project. But first I had a family dinner to attend. Lucia had texted an invitation, and for the first time in months, I was looking forward to going home. The Meridian building stood behind me, no longer a symbol of betrayal and revenge, but of resilience and renewal. Just like me. I got in my car and drove toward my future, leaving the past where it belonged, in the rearview mirror.